to create change, like we need to start doing things like this. And you think that we've made so much progress, but I can't even tell you how many times people come up to me and they're like, you play video games?
Yeah.
Really? I didn't think that you would be into that. And I'm just like, man, it's crazy. Gamers come from all walks of life. And, you know, we heard Anna Donlan talking about this a lot,
Live?
but sometimes when you're a woman, it can be very
Okay.
scary. The chat can be
What's up,
extremely
everybody?
harsh,
It's
social
time
media,
for
like,
day 3.
It can be extremely painful.
Yeah.
But, seeing something like this.
Can you tell
that
I'm
is
tired?
uplifting
It's
and
2:40 a.m. here in
encouraging,
Australia.
I'm
Welcome
so
back to
excited
UnboxE3
for it. We kept on talking
live
about the
reactions
next generation, and
2021.
So many young women out there are
Time for
watching
day
it,
3.
And I'm sure that they're like, wow, like, there's scholarship money out there for this. Someone's
definitely-
like, you can do this, and it really warmed my heart.
Definitely gonna be sleeping a lot for the next few days.
And one of the things in there before I toss for you, of course,
So as you can
that
see, we got
Channel
live
Shop
E3.
segment, right, that the gaming community needs to be better about
We just
building
had
the community.
Verizon,
And I can't
of
agree with that
all-
enough. If you know anything
of
about
all
Greg Miller and
things,
Kinda Funny, be
hosting a
better is a big part
presentation.
of what we always talk
Of
about.
course,
Be better to each other and don't be a jerk. And I know
I
right
couldn't
now,
give two
on our
fucks
very
about
own
mobile
Twitch page,
gaming.
right here, a bunch of people are being jerks. And
But-
somebody who's a good person, which is the majority of gamers, need to step up, ladies and gentlemen, and of course show that the positive outshines the negative.
Coming up
That's my rant
next,
for that
Thank
one.
you
of
so
all things,
Verizon and Riot, what a team up for the future. Let's talk about esports.
is
though,
in
right?
television.
Speaking of esports, I want to hear from more of the voices on the scene about how esports has evolved
Yes,
over the years.
the Intellivision Amico. That is coming up in a few minutes. Now, I have discussed the Amico.
Back when Blockbuster was still open and we had MLG events.
People that organize tournaments, and people used to drive around.
I discussed the
bands
Amico
and
before
and
on
sell
Kickers,
their own money just to
and
set up
honestly,
events people could play, so there could be an experience of people gaming against each other.
And I would
I am
go to my
really,
local Blockbuster
really
and compete in getting the high score
not
in
optimistic at all
different
for the
Nintendo
Amico.
games. And
Like, I wouldn't be as
I always compare it to
no,
like,
I'm not as
Fight Club,
optimistic.
You know, underground, like super.
Like, I
secret,
have more faith in it
and
than
over
the
time,
Atari VCS.
it's blown up.
The
But not
industry
by
and
much.
People in the industry who were once, made fun of for being nerds and playing video games and, the stereotypical living in their mom's basement, are now the cool kids on
Yeah,
the
I'm
block.
definitely
And I
hungry.
think now
But
we, as people that are involved
there
in
is one
gaming and esports,
silver lining with the
actually
Amico,
dedicate our time properly
and
to
that
this.
is
That shows me just how far we've come.
Once I
that
started to
is
play competitive
Earthworm
League,
Jim.
League of Legends, and realized there was an opportunity to
They're
also
making a
bring
new
kind of my
honest
heart
god
and my
Earthworm
energy
Jim
into
for the
game,
Amico.
and make it lucrative.
That will be the one
I
thing
had to follow my heart.
that
I'm
I
just very excited
watch
to
the
see
Amico
more and more
presentation
people being
for.
able to turn their hobby, turn their passion into their jobs and making a living out of it.
And now you can legitimately be a kid and tell your parents like, hey, I want to be a professional esport player.
Day to day, I wake up every day and I'm just really happy to get to play games for a living.
There's Fortnite players that are 13-year-olds that I know who have the work ethic and drive and put in the time and effort like a job, more so than even my friends who have full-time jobs.
In the beginning, it was like nerds play video games and jocks play sports, but now you have like NBA players and NFL players that are streaming and making videos.
People are now coming out about it, like, come out your gamer closet. It's not, you're not a geek no more, you're not a dork, and if you are, that's cool now.
When I was a young girl, I was playing 2K a lot, and I never thought I would see myself in the game, and boom, there I am. I'm able to drop 40, 60 with myself and actually look like myself.
It's really started to mesh together, and it's created like my perfect little
I'm not
palette.
expecting much from the Amico presentation, because I remember watching their previous presentation last year sometime, and the games that they had on offer were like,
anyone can be a gamer.
why would anybody be interested in a cornhole video game?
It's pretty easy for people.
The problem with the Amigo is there is nothing there that is really must-have besides Earthworm Jim 4. And honestly, the audience who wants to play Earthworm Jim 4 is not the audience the Amico is looking for. The Amico is looking for that family-friendly kind of audience.
On the table for me. Like, that just did not seem reasonable. Now here I am. I turned my passion into my job. I love my job every single day.
So that's in television. That's happening
event,
very
lifelong
soon.
friends,
Hang on,
and
let's
I
bring up
found
the
my place
schedule.
and I found a family along the way. And
So on television is happening
I
in
can't
the next few
imagine
minutes.
how far it's come.
But then, in half an hour, Take Two
think
is taking the
hype
stage.
behind it is going to slow down anytime soon.
There's suggestion we might be seeing
Content
GTA
creators
6,
booming, just
doubt
becoming
it.
so much bigger than before.
Or
New games
maybe
doing
something with
more
WWE
esports,
2K,
more
which...
involvement and acceptance. Like, I think it's
God.
going great, and I don't think it'll stop growing anytime soon.
Next after that is a brand called Mythical Games, then Indie Showcase, then Freedom Games. These are all small little brands. Then we have Limited Run, followed by Capcom. Pog. People of the game. Pog, 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 pog. Man, that's poggers. That's the thing people say, right? I have literally no idea how to be hip anymore.
As a part of Play For All, GameSpot will be bringing you the latest gaming news and announcements, interviews with developers, the biggest press conferences, and lots more. Play For All is our yearly online event that combines the excitement and announcements of E3 with charity live streams the following week with lots of special guests who are going to help us raise money for able gamers. So join us in June for E3 and Play For All on GameSpot.com, YouTube.com/GameSpot, Twitch.tv/GameSpot, and as a part of E3's official broadcast. See you then.
篝火营地是中国领先的游戏媒体，创立于2018年，致力于为全世界的中文游戏玩家提供专业、精准、迅速的资讯情报。篝火营地立足于中国，与多家国际一流游戏媒体同行达成正式内容合作关系，源源不断地将最新鲜的游戏资讯第一时间带给全球中文游戏玩家。自成立以来，篝火营地在全网的内容浏览量已经超过5亿，服务了数百万的读者和玩家。我们的愿景是做游戏文化传播者。您可以在全球各大手机应用市场下载篝火营地 APP， 或者访问3w.gamebox.com 来加入游戏。
I think we're about to go to television.
源源不断地将最新鲜的游戏资讯第一时间带给全球中文游戏玩家。自成立以来，篝火营地在全网的内容浏览量已经超过5亿，服务了数百万的读者和玩家。我们的愿景是做游戏文化传播者。
I keep doing my check. Because I'm just so paranoid. I just know for a fact that when we do Nintendo's presentation tomorrow, everything's just going to go completely wrong. Like, we've been having, nothing but, smooth sailing. Just know Nintendo's going to be just... because that's how it is.
Console wars continue to rage and next-gen consoles remain scarce to find. A blast from the past has come along with a new focus to bring...
Oh yeah, I can't get a PS5. I'm gonna buy a fucking Amico. Fucking hell.
Hi, I'm Tommy Tellerico, and what an honor it is for Intellivision to be a part of this year's E3. I want to personally thank the ESA for having us be involved. And we have seen some incredible stuff. What a great time to be a gamer. I've been in the video game industry for over 32 years and have been a part of the creative teams that have made some of the greatest video games of all time, including things like Disney's Aladdin, Earthworm Jim, Tony Hawk Pro Skater, Metroid Prime, Guitar Hero. I'm even the guy who did the oof sound for Roblox. Don't hate me. In fact, I own the Guinness World Record.
I don't even play Roblox.
The most video games in their lifetime. My mother's very proud. But I'm here today to talk
Damn,
about
man,
television
you make...
and our brand new video game console, Amico. Now,
What's the
Amico
price
is
again?
the Italian word for friend. And that's basically what we've designed our entire system and games around. That friendship, that multiplayer.
Oh yeah, that's how people play. God,
See, when I was growing
not
up,
being
we didn't have
honest.
the
That's
internet
not
to
how
play
people
video
play
games. So if you wanted to play
together.
with somebody else, you went over their house or they came over to your house. It was everybody in a room. In fact, I bet if you're a hardcore gamer, you're probably
Tommy,
like
are you
me,
really
and I
trying
bet
to
your
bring back
fondest
the days
memories
of 90s
playing games.
N64 GoldenEye.
with other people in the
That's what it
same
feels like you're
game
trying to do.
That's what we're all about. Now look, I'm gonna be honest. for a
Oh,
lot of you out
fucking
there
hell.
watching this, I'm not gonna
This
impress
stock
you with
shit is
our
just
teraflops
embarrassing.
And gigawatts and screaming processor and incredible lifelike graphics. That's not what we're about. What we are is a really simple, fun party machine that you can bring out when maybe some of your non-gaming
Dude,
friends come
that
over.
was
Maybe you have a
fine with the
husband or a wife who
Wii,
isn't into
but that was
gaming as
15
much
years
as you
ago.
are. Maybe grandma comes over and
Amico
a
isn't
simple motion
going to
control
be
game or a
powerful
card
enough
game
for
or a board
anything.
game, dice, whatever it is. See, all of our games are built around fun and simplicity. That's the most important thing for us.
God.
Gathering people in a room together to do it. Here at Intellivision, we've assembled an incredible, passionate team of game makers who have over 600 years experience making some
Maybe
of
if
your
this was
favorite
not
games.
a
Everything we
its
do,
own
we focus on
system.
bringing people together
God, I
and
can't stop
having
laughing at
simple
these
fun.
fucking
In
stock
fact, we
photos.
designed our hardware entirely around those two things. So for example, our controller is really unique. It has a color capacitive touchscreen on it. It really comes in handy when you're playing others that might not be as good as you in gaming. So it's a great way to give them little hints. For
So it's like a
example,
Wii
here in
U
Shark Shark,
portable
whoever's in last
gamepad.
place, it will vibrate because we have haptic as well. And then it shows the color of the clam that's going to release the next big bonus pearl. So only that player will get that information. And also, having a screen on every single controller gives you a lot of really cool and unique
I'm not gonna
abilities
lie,
to
it
do
does.
game
The,
and game
this
design. For
this
example,
new
we have
Amico
some
controller
cards and they can
looks
hide it in a game like
fancy,
Spades. And here you'll see it on Farkle,
which just
another
means
one
it's
of our
just gonna be
6
even
packing
more
games
wasted
you get
with
free
this
on every
system.
console. You can shake it and you'll feel the vibration.
Oh
get
boy.
haptic feedback.
Boggle.
And watch, you pour it out, boom, and the dice
I mean,
pour right
Yahtzee.
out onto the screen. Motion controls are also really important, especially for casual gamers. So a lot of our sports and
Dude,
recreation, for
motion
example, will
controls
use
are
that
just
kind
a.
of motion control. You see
ugh.
here with cornhole, you're throwing
Motion
the
controls
bag,
being a
the hole,
major
by the
part
way,
of your
is another
system.
game that comes free on every
Again,
console.
the
Now, our
Wii
main
is
disc
15
really
years
unique as
old.
well. Most directional pads have 8 positions, up, down, left, rights, and the diagonals. It has 64 directions and touch sensitivity as well, so the harder I press down, it'll affect gameplay. Here's a feature I think a lot of gamers are going to love. I can take my controller, I can go over your house, dock it in your system, and because it recognizes that it's my controller, we can now play all of my games that I own on your system at your house. As long as my controller is there, my games are there as well. Another cool feature that we incorporated is wireless contact charging. So once you're done with your controller and your game's over, you just dock it right back into the base and it charges for you. Another unique feature of Amico is that we have interactive LED lighting all throughout the console itself, the base, and all of the controllers. We also have
yeah,
RFID
that's what we
built
need.
throughout the entire console, which means you can get a gift card, for example, tap it on the system, and it shows up immediately. You know what's really cool about having the focus be
That's
people
kind of
playing
interesting.
together? I'll give you an example. Astro Smash is a 4-player game. At any point during the game, somebody can pick up a controller and just hit the ship they want and go right into the game at any point. Now, for all you collectors out there, you'll be happy to know that not only can you download games digitally, but we also have physical media as well, and we'll be releasing more information about that later this year. Now, here's something I think a lot of
Okay,
gamers can
physical.
appreciate. We don't allow any loot boxes, in-game purchases, in-app advertising, or paid downloadable
Oh, this is the
content.
sequel to
But what we
Fox
do
and
have
Fox
is
and
an
Forest.
online leaderboard system for most of our games, where you can go in there and check your scores against your state, your country, the world, or the month, the year, and of all time. And those scores tie into our achievements as well. So if you
Bomb
have the high
Squad.
score at the end of the month of your country, we're going to email your certificate that you can go print out and hang on your wall. Now, as we all know, the most important part of any video game
What?
system are the games themselves.
What?
They all have to be
Oh boy,
super
yeah,
fun to
certificates.
play.
Motherfucker,
And that's
you used to
where
get
we really,
Activision
really
patches.
shine. In fact, all of our games on our system
Oh, we'll send you a certificate that you can print out.
single and multiplayer or couch co-op mode. And all the games on our system are exclusive or contain exclusive content. Like Retro Reimagine, where we take some of the greatest classic video games of all time, give them new graphics, new audio, add multiplayer and couch.
Oh my God,
Some of the
that
things
is
we
just.
have, for example, 12 of the best games from Atari, like Breakout, Asteroids, Tempest, Missile Command. We have games like Burger Time and Bump and Jump. And
Tempest?
even
Wait, that was
some of
coming to the
best
Atari
television
VCS.
games from the past, like Cloudy Mountain and Night Stalker. We have edutainment titles for kids 7 and under.
Oh,
Things
Sesame.
like Sesame Street.
Cookie Monster.
Now, our original IP category contains brand new games that we've created, a lot of times around our unique controller. Some of those games are platformers like Finnegan Fox, Bomb Squad, Space Strikers, Flying Tigers, and we even got the original Echo the Dolphin team to create our new title called Dolphin Quest.
Dolphin Quest. So it's not Echo the
We even
Dolphin,
take
it's just a
more
spiritual
modern
sequel.
games and add exclusive co-op modes.
Oh,
Games like
man,
Rigid
Echo the
Force
Dolphin.
Redux Enhanced and Dynablast.
What a bizarre
Now, our
game
sports
that
and
was.
recreational
I think I've
category
got it.
not only has big
Yeah, I
sports
actually
like
do. I've got
Major
Echo the
League
Dolphin
Baseball
on
and soccer, but
on Mega
also
Drive.
recreational sports like cornhole, skiing,
Cornhole.
pool, and many more.
This is not a console. This is a Wii. This is a Wii Play game.
Dice games, board games,
This is not something
card
that you
games,
sell a console on. I mean, Wii Play, everyone has it, but no one says it's the best game they ever have. No one tries to move an entire system on Wii Play.
Now, I've already mentioned some really big partnerships and licenses like Major League Baseball and Sesame Street, but we have even more, including things like Mattel Hot Wheels, Harlem Globetrotters, and so much more. Now, we've previously announced that we're doing a brand new exclusive Earthworm Jim game for Intellivision. And we got the original team to be working on it. We wanted to do something special. So we're going to give away 3 of these new prints. All of the team members signed it. All you have to do is email cow@intellivision.com with the subject line groovy. You have till the end of June to do that, and then we'll announce 3 winners at the end of the month.
Okay, that's
Thank you
kind
for
of cool.
spending a little time with us here today. Hopefully, as you can see, our approach is a little
Are we gonna
different
see
than
any
everything else
gameplay
that's
of
out
Earthworm
there.
Jim?
And we really don't view others as competition. What we're doing, we view as complementary to what
I'm
the video
sorry,
game
Tommy, but
industry is doing.
you may
It's
not
such
view
an
them as
exciting time
competition,
to be
but
in
they
the
view
industry,
you as
to
competition, and
be
they're
a
gonna
fan
eat you
of the
alive.
industry, and we are fans of the video game industry. And you know, if there's something that you've seen here today,
that's
thank you
kinda
for spending
cool.
a little time with us here today. Maybe you're a developer who wants to make some games for us. Maybe you want to place a pre-order. Please go to Intellivision.com. We want to
Man,
hear
he's
from you.
trying, but this is.
Thank you, Tommy, for that look at Intellivision. Guys, what I appreciate the most is that he started
Wait.
the presentation with, this isn't like what you've seen before at E3.
Wait, that was
We're doing
it?
Something different. We're going in a different direction.
That was it?
Yeah, so, you know, I've been saying this a lot. I've always been
That was
a fan of
10
being
minutes.
different. I always seek that experience out, no matter what game I
No
play.
Earthworm Jim
And I would say
gameplay.
that this definitely, like, check those boxes for me. You know, I owned an old Intellivision, a ColecoVision. You know, like I had those as a kid. My uncle would bring them in, and we'll play games together. It was always a fun time. It was a Smurfs game that I could never finish. It was like the best of my existence.
This is your second chance.
Yeah,
you're gonna
maybe I'll
get
get another opportunity of doing it. But I do
Like, what the hell?
idea behind it, and I also like too, like, there's an opportunity
What the hell
for
in television?
independent developers to like get involved and make something super unique on a platform that is
But again,
unconventional in comparison to what you see out there, you know, in
the
the modern
Amico.
gaming era.
Who is it actually for?
So all I heard was Earthworm Jim, and I was just I was like, Earthworm Jim? I haven't heard that in forever. Oh my gosh, my brother and I used to mess with that all the time.
Actually, what is the price of the Intellivision Amico?
So I personally think that it's opening up a lot of accessibility. Like if you purchase this is something that if your
$249.
friends don't game, you could be like, hey, this is really simple.
Very true. Yeah.
I was gonna say it looks
$250 bucks.
like a 2001 iPod, but but you know what I mean.
You can get a Switch Lite for that, I think.
And I just think it'd be very easy for someone to pick up, and the games are also very accessible as well. So I think that this is something I could play with my parents. All I can think of is Mario Kart. My dad tried to play Wario, and that was a slower character, and he was just, it was a struggle. It was a struggle.
Yeah, I understand.
Maybe he could do better with the Amico. So for me, what stood out was definitely Earthworm Jim. And then
The Amico is just gonna wind up
That's the whole
in
thing with
bargain
it, right? And
bins.
again, I
I'm
like the
calling
idea
it
that
now.
They're presenting something different at the end there. Tommy talking about the fact that we don't look at other people as competition because they're clearly in a different market, right? It reminds me how I talk about Nintendo all the time marching to their own beat, right? When everything started going to HD, really, multiplayer focused, Nintendo didn't do that. There's a lot of interesting ideas with it, right? I think obviously talking about it being the party machine is an excellent idea, but then also the fact that, it resonated with me, the controller, that it's connected to your game, so that if you do have a friend who had this, that if you walked over and put your controller into their
That was
dock,
really cool.
all the games you own, you'd be able to play on their
the
system.
dice was really neat when he was like.
Sure. Yeah, we got hacked. Well, I mean, they were definitely on purpose giving us very many callbacks to the Wii.
Yeah.
When I saw the little girl bowling, I was like, all right, I know what I'm getting.
I also like the price points they set for a lot of their games, very cheap. I think it was like $10 for downloadable. I think it was like $15 for physical or $20 for physical, which, you know that they're going to be coming in pretty cheap. But a lot of these things always boil down to that input, right? Like, and in this case, the controller is the appeal for this. I quite like it. We live in an age now, especially, with the year that we had, where let's be real, like having couch co-op, that's unrivaled. Like, we need more couch co-op games. Look, I love
I'm singing
online.
Your praises right
I love
now, for
online,
real.
but more couch co-op. I'm all about it in television. Thank you so much for bringing that to light, and I hope it becomes more of a staple with a lot of the big name game companies moving forward as well.
Yeah. I love the idea too of that if you are the top in your country or whatever, at the end of the month they send you a certificate to print.
That's cool.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's like very Twin Galaxies type vibe. I like that a lot. Yeah.
But yeah, cornhole. They make a cornhole game, so that's all we.
That's all you need. Cornhole, baby.
Cornhole. I don't want cornhole. Shove it up your cornhole. Shove it up your cornhole.
First time in front and center in the world of gaming. Lots of things have changed since then. 16-bit graphics have given way to HD renders in virtual reality headsets, but we wouldn't be where we are today without the developments and announcements of those early years. Here's a look back at the first adventure.
Wow. Oh, man. Have you got any actual...
It is absolutely no wonder that E3 continued to live on after its very first show. The show was massive. There was a surprise console launch. You could get a Killer Instinct character tattoo while you played Game Boy. You could try out not one, but 3 VR headsets, and this is all in 1995. So let's take a look through a sometimes 4x3 lens at what the first ever E3 was like. May 11th through 13th, 1995, over 55,000 industry, retailer, and press attended the debut Electronics Entertainment Expo at the Los Angeles Convention Center. There was no shortage of games you could just walk up and play, especially at the Atari Jaguar booth. This would be the only year the Jaguar system would have a booth, but it came in big and even showed off a VR peripheral that was still in development. Or you could meet Rayman and try out his new game. This was one of the first times you could get your hands on the game that would eventually become a 45-game series.
Jesus, how much Rayman has there been? Not enough. More Rayman, please.
Can't Jump, a basketball game based on the movie, and my personal favorite, VLM or Virtual Light Machine. Just walking around the floors, you'll come across Mortal Kombat 3 characters putting on a stage fight that spills into the audience. You could grab a photo with Beavis and Butthead or a Klingon, ride Judge Dredd's motorcycle, or even check out the Batmobile from Batman Forever. And of course, there was no shortage of games that you would stumble upon that are worth playing, like the legendary RPG Chrono Trigger, Earthworm Jim 2, Resident Evil,
Chrono Trigger at
games
E3.
like Street Fighter the movie The Game, and a port of the Aerosmith game, Revolution X. There were also plenty of sports games, an industry that would explode in popularity. Games like NBA Jam Tournament Edition, NFL Quarterback Club 96, and FIFA Soccer 96, which is only the third FIFA game in the now series. The press conferences lived up to their name, with studio execs in suits at podiums presenting slideshows. The slides consisted mostly of goals, stats, and advertising strategies, but there were hints of the future in their presentations.
Side-scrolling games, for all the fun and success they brought us, will ultimately give way to newer, more complex genres.
And looks at the industry, then a $5 billion industry that is now an over $150 billion industry.
Jesus.
One thing that hasn't changed is that classic E3 excitement when a game is shown. Sega's press conference was all about their new system, the Sega Saturn, and they even showed off a host of new games launching with the console, like Panzer Dragoon, a game that would launch a series and would even get a remake 25 years later in 2020. Sega showed off one of their commercials, one of the kinds that you would expect to only see in the 90s.
It's the sphincter.
Oh, yeah.
And Sega even had the first, and it's available now, with the surprise announcement that the Sega Saturn is now available in stores.
We started our rollout of Sega Saturn yesterday.
Months before their original release date. Then they dropped the price and the new tagline,
Sega Saturn is not only here now, it's out there.
For Sony's presentation, it might surprise you that while Keanu Reeves made a more than memorable appearance at E3 2019, he made his actual first appearance as a key visual in Sony's opening sizzle in 1995. And this very 90s sizzle was pretty important because up until that point, Sony was still widely known as a tech company and hadn't released the PlayStation yet, at least not in the US. We were seeing the birth of a major gaming publisher and system through cheeky slides and clip art. But then came one of the most memorable moments in E3 history. After Sega had earlier announced the Sega Saturn's price of $399, the Sony Computer Entertainment president came up to the stage and simply said,
$299. Mic drop. $299. Welcome.
As the price heard round the world. 3DO also had a press conference showing their successful 1994, how the 3DO console compares to the competition systems, and they even combated the age-old debate of PC versus console.
You don't need a dedicated system. A PC can do everything. That's a little bit like telling a family that they only really need one car.
They also showed quite a few next-gen visual demos of what their planned upcoming console, the M2, could potentially do. Nintendo spent almost their entire presentation directly discussing forgery systems and piracy that was plaguing the industry at the time. But what they lacked in any formal announcements, they made up for at their giant dome with big letters spelling out Nintendo. This is where you'll find a stage performance for Killer Instinct, as well as a place where you can get an orchid tattoo. Also, there was an early peek at the Ultra 64, which would officially be named the Nintendo 64 a few months later. Nintendo also had Earthbound, which was the origin of NES, Donkey Kong Country 2, Diddy's Conquest, and Nintendo's VR headset, the Virtual Boy.
Oh boy.
Also on display close by was the X-Band, seemingly the first online gaming attachment for a console. So that's the first E3. A look at what was, what could have been, and what came to be.
Damn.
The first E3 in 1995, we wound up showing off an early version of the very first Unreal game. A lot of people who know and use the Unreal Engine don't necessarily know that there's a game that actually launched everything behind all of it. And I remember being there with Mark Rain, and he yells out, Miyamoto's checking out Unreal. Shigeru Miyamoto, my hero, like my idol, who's made so many games that have just fascinated me throughout my entire life from my childhood. And I remember going over there and shaking and giving him a demo of the game and trying to show him why this game is unique, you know, with weapons that can charge up and players that can dodge and alternate fires and enemy AI that can track you down no matter where you were. And he was very stoic, you know, but I hope that I impressed him. And yeah, I was still shaking for like an hour after.
Oh, yeah, trying to impress Miyamoto. Oh, God, that is a... That would be a dire task. Like, oh... It's like that, it's like that episode of Big Bang Theory where Sheldon gets to meet Stephen Hawking and he faints. Oh, great. Another thing. Like, he's... Like, obviously Miyamoto sees so many games.
So here's the thing. My mother bought a Super Nintendo for my brother. Sure. But... she was like, well, I can't have them sharing it because we're just going to argue and fight the whole time. Yeah. So then, you know, she ended up telling my father, hey, you got to go get him a Sega Genesis. She took the credit for it, by the way. Boss mom. Shout out to you, Ma. And yeah, and then, you know, I had the Sega Genesis. But the only game I had for like the longest time was Sonic Pinball or Spinball.
So Sonic Spinball. I thought that game didn't exist, Scott.
Yeah, I was a Sega Master System.
Sonic Spinball exists.
No! But then I was a Sega kid, ride or die the rest of the way.
Yeah.
Through the Saturn. I bought a Saturn.
I had a Saturn too. Clockwork Knight, by the way, one of the most underrated platformer games ever. Clockwork Knight, so good.
Jackie, I feel like I don't need to ask.
You want to know what's funny? So
Motherfucker.
actually, the first console we ever got was a Super Nintendo.
Mwah.
I
Love
it
this
is one
system.
Of the most vivid
Even though it's
memories of my
dying.
life, actually. I remember my dad
The power supply is
my brother and I were
screwed.
chasing after him.
The
We're like,
lens
"What
doesn't
is
read
this?
half
What
the
is this?"
time.
And it was this little TV like this big, and he was trying to get it all plugged in. My brother and I were sitting in front of this like gray screen, you know?
Yeah.
And then Super Mario World popped up, and my brother and I looked at each other, and we just screamed, you know?
Wow.
And little did they know that they were going to start a full-blown video game obsession.
Sure.
I
But
love
I'm
the
messed
Saturn.
with Sega, okay?
Panzer
One of my neighbors,
Dragoon
when we played
Zwei.
NBA Jam, would be like,
The
"He's
remake.
on fire!"
I mean,
Oh my God,
I
loved
played
it. And actually,
the
my brother
Panzer
and I
Dragoon
drew
remake
cast
last
as
year.
well, but
Oh,
we were
loved it
mainly
so much.
Well, yeah,
I
the
want
reason
to
I
see
think I know is 'cause you
the
have
Zwei
NES.
remake.
Actually, I did bring Chrono Trigger. I thought we were going to be talking about our favorite games from the 90s.
Oh my
and
God.
Obviously, like, this one, it's near and
Now,
dear
it's
to my
talking
heart.
about
My
again
brother
needs to get remade.
repeatedly.
Remake
And,
that sucker
Robo's
in
theme
HD
was
2D.
my ringtone for probably 10 years, and then I got an iPhone, and I was like, wait, you can't make a ringtone for these, or can you? And I just haven't figured that out. But anyway, yeah, this story just always resonated with me so much. I was a weirdo. I played like Secret of Mana and Terranigma and
Oh, no, you were
Illusion of
perfectly
Gaia.
normal.
But
You
those
were
were like
perfectly normal.
heavy, dark stories for 7- and 8-year-olds to be
Wait,
taken
did
as serious. My brother
Terranigma...
and I
Well, hang on. Terranigma didn't release in the US.
corpse, and it was like, please tell my family that I
Or
should
did it? Which I know was. I know there was an Enix game that didn't come out.
My brother and I are like crying, you know. But I do think that these games made me the person that I am today, and made my brother the person that he was. I'm sorry, I'm gonna get emotional, but I think we can all say that games have had a profound effect.
Yeah, Terranigma didn't come out in the
Games from
US.
the 90s. Don't sleep on them, people. Don't sleep on them.
man,
They
they're so
got
good.
really, really amazing content. So.
Can I see the box?
Of course, I know. I'm like.
I don't think I've ever.
Yeah, do you want to put on white gloves before you
I
handle it?
feel
though?
like I should. I mean, like, I've never actually held a Chrono Trigger box.
I know. It's.
I saw one in Tokyo in Akihabara. I walked around for a little bit and I saw one there and I asked the guy if I could grab it. He looked at me, said I was crazy, and then I left being, you know, in tears. But this is like a piece of history.
Yeah.
This is super cool.
Greg, you can hold it too. I mean, I know this.
I know this is. You're setting me up for like when that guy shows the Woodstock ticket and tears it in half. I'm not touching that. I'm not ending up on live stream fails.
Oh my god, I love it. But I feel like you can just feel the energy like coming off of the game. You know
And
what
it
I
was
mean?
one of the greatest RPGs
I know,
ever.
seriously.
Till this day, it's still one of the greatest RPGs. Like top 5, I think.
Oh, easily.
Absolutely, Chrono Trigger is one of the
I want to say
best.
real quick that, and this is a reformed Sega kid speaking, that like video games made me who I am today. Obviously, it's my entire life, my entire career, my entire passion.
Yeah.
But like, I always look so longingly at people who were Nintendo kids. Because you have, like, because I feel like you just, I feel like you guys had a different education, and that's not to say Sega didn't, but like I was a dumb kid. No one else liked video games as much as I did, so I was like just playing licensed stuff all the time, which got me like Castle of Illusion, Mickey Mouse Castle of Illusion, which was great. But it was also like the Jurassic Park game and all these other. games.
Jurassic Park game. Ugh.
Dude, I love Streets of Rage.
I got a lot of licensed stuff back in the day. I remember playing the reboot game. Oh.
Battletoads versus Double Dragon, Sega Genesis. That game was freaking impossible. But oh man, and Lion King, by the way. Big shout out to my buddy Sancho West. Who
Oh
just
man,
finished
Lion King on
Lion
the Super
King
Nintendo, on the
recently.
Sega's Mega Drive. Oh.
Okay, well he's actually.
I remember me and Dad playing it.
I can't sit between them.
Darn it, son! Sancho, I believed in you.
I won. It's all me. I won. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, what are your favorite 90s games? Let us know with the hashtag E3 2021 so we can get you up on screen. But still to come here on the E3 stage, we've got our indie showcase, Capcom, and so much more. Party's just getting started, so don't go anywhere.
I believe this is Take Two. Oh, not one of these. What is this binge thing? What is this binge?
篝火营地是中国领先的游戏媒体，创立于2018年，致力于为全世界的中文游戏玩家提供专业、精准、迅速的资讯情报。篝火营地立足于中国，与多家国际一流游戏媒体同行达成正式内容合作关系，源源不断地将最新鲜的游戏资讯第一时间带给全球中文游戏玩家。自成立以来，篝火营地在全网的内容浏览量已经超过5亿，服务了数百万的读者和玩家。我们的愿景是做游戏文化传播者。您可以在全球各大手机应用市场下载篝火营地 APP， 或者访问3w.gamebonfire.com 来加入游戏传播者的行列。
As a part of Play for All, GameSpot will be bringing you the latest gaming news and announcements, interviews with developers, the biggest press conferences, and lots more. Play for All is our yearly online event that combines the excitement and announcements of E3 with charity live streams the following week, with lots of special guests who are going to help us raise money for able gamers. So join us in June for E3 and Play for All on GameSpot.com, YouTube.com/GameSpot, Twitch.tv/GameSpot, and as a part of E3's official broadcast. See you then.
I remember this one time I was at E3 on sitting there for lunch, and we were just sitting there eating, and then we talked business, then we start talking games.
Oh, dude, why are you blurring everything?
And I was saying how I snuck in the room, I climbed on the wall, then I jumped down, I took the knife, and I stabbed the person in the back. I looked over to my left, and I saw these people talk. They were talking, then they stopped listening, like, oh my God, what is he talking about? He's just talking about killing somebody? I said, it's a video game. They're like, oh, okay. I was like, man, these people thought I killed somebody. They thought I was a hitman. I was like, oh, this is too funny.
Thanks to our sponsors at DoorDash. Get more from your neighborhood, from restaurants and convenience to grocery and corner stores. All right,
okay,
folks. Well, we are back here at E3 2021, and here's the truth, guys. Sometimes the most difficult discussions, are the ones that you need to have the most. And with the gaming community already being such a diverse place, it's time for the creative space to reflect that. So here's take 2 with an important discussion on the necessity of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the corporate responsibility to honor those things.
Wait, what? Oh boy. Oh no.
Hello, I'm Alan Lewis, Vice President of Corporate Communications and Public Affairs for Take-Two Interactive. Thank you for joining us today, and welcome to Virtual E3 2021. Take-Two, like many organizations, is deeply committed to and actively involved in numerous initiatives to enhance diversity, equity, and inclusion within our society and industry.
Oh no! I mean, look, this is very important thing we need to discuss, but oh no! Oh no! Take-Two, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Especially for those in
this isn't.
underrepresented communities.
Oh no!
There needs to be
a
continuum of activism and engagement with educational programs serving as its core foundation. Beginning with children in elementary school, we have the ability to light a spark of creativity, intellectual curiosity, and wonder that can last a lifetime. Continuing through middle and high school, we can support and nurture students during their formative years and increase the depth of their skills.
Oh no, people are not going to be happy because this is not what people were expecting. They're expecting like something like GTA 6. Oh no.
Providing opportunities to attend these academic institutions, including need-based financial support, is also a critical component to helping end generational cycles of inequality. And while pursuing their creative and technical degrees, students can learn firsthand from industry leaders that share their experience, acumen, and passion through one-on-one mentoring and internships at our organization. Together, if our industry can execute this continuum, we will have invested meaningfully in the lives of the youth from these communities for more than a decade before they begin their professional journey. Diversity and inclusion make us a better industry for today and most importantly, for tomorrow. It allows us to make better entertainment experiences that are authentic, culturally relevant, and reflective of the audiences that enjoy them. Today, we have brought together a few of our important partners who will share their organization's mission and role in this endeavor, as well as their insights on how we as an industry can continue to take these important steps together for the future.
This is not what people
we hope that you find their work is inspiring.
We're expecting from Take-Two.
It is now my pleasure to turn things over to my colleague, Tony Lagans, Director of Diversity and Inclusion for 2K, who will be the moderator for today's discussion.
Thanks, Alan. It's my pleasure to be your moderator for today's session. Before we begin, I'd like to introduce my esteemed panelists today. We're going to start off with Jim Huntley. Jim Huntley is currently the professor and head of marketing at USC. Jim is a faculty advisor, and he's an executive producer for USC Games Expo and a co-founding partner of PAC-U Gaming. Next, we have Susanna Pollock. Susanna is the president of Games for Change, which is a nonprofit that empowers game creators and social innovators to drive real-world impact through games and immersive media. Next to Susanna, we have Gordon Bellamy. Gordon is a professor of practice of cinematographic arts at USC. He is also the head of USC Bridge Incubator, which is a program that helps to cultivate the next generation of leaders in the video game industry. And last, next to Gordon, we have Layla Shabir. Layla is the founder of Girls Make Games, which offers a series of summer camps, workshops, and game jams designed to inspire the next generation of designers, creators, and engineers. Welcome to all of you, great panelists, and thank you so much for joining our important discussion today. Now, I'd like to dive right in here, and Jim, I'm gonna start with you. In Alan's opening, he mentioned something that was so important, and it was really just talking about the increasing role that diversity, equity, and inclusion it is playing in the video game industry today. So before we get into the big concepts that we're talking about here, let's just break some things down for our viewers. Jim, can you help us understand and talk about equity and diversity and why it's so important in the conversation about the video game industry today?
Absolutely. Equity and diversity has been a challenge for the gaming industry since its inception. It hasn't really changed very, very much over time, but I think the biggest change that people are seeing in the last 2 to 3 years are the lack of it in the modern era and the rationale that there's no excuse behind not having better equity and diversity in the industry from here on out. So what I like about working with companies like Take-Two and some other companies that have reached out to me about an initiative we started called the Gerald A. Lawson Endowment Fund is that companies are now looking to invest in getting more diversity in their ranks and getting more stories told from different points of view.
I appreciate that. That's great conversation there. So let's talk about just kind of the inequities and why is it so important to have these conversations, talk about that whole aspect and just getting people in the right mindset to understand what's available for them as majors in this industry. Jim, just talk to us a little bit about that.
Absolutely. So a lot of what we've been focusing on from a USC Games perspective is making sure that students of color, Black and Indigenous students in particular, because they have the least amount of representation within our industry out of all the various demographic groups. We've been focusing on scholarships, but the challenge that we have, and I think the challenge that society and the industry has, is it starts earlier than that. There's a phrase from, I can't remember who to attribute it to, but there's a phrase that he used that I remember saying, the inequities of our past pay dividends into the future. And that sticks with me because the reality is if you don't have a great opportunity or access to computer science labs and specialized education in grade school and high school and junior high school, the odds of you having a great portfolio piece when it comes time to apply to a program like ours puts you at a deficit.
Hay una escena en la que Vin Diesel
rolling on into the future, generation after generation, the gap between the ability to get into some of these slots in game design and not being able to get them gets wider and wider. So we need to do a better job as a society, and we are willing to do our part and help work with companies like Take-Two to lead the vanguard on how do we get students some opportunity from grade school? Like, how do we make sure they can see this as an option? Because when I, as a black man, get in front of a small group of, grade school students and I say I work in the video game industry, you can see the eyes just their minds explode because they've never seen anyone like me and the videos they see on YouTube or other visitors to their classes, to their seminars. So it's important to show that we have a presence here, but it's also important to make sure that the students who look like us, who are 20 years, 30 years, 40 years behind us, also have the opportunities that we didn't in some cases to get a job in this industry.
Yes, thank you so much for your insight. So important there. Susanna, that really kind of speaks to a lot of the great work that you're doing in helping to reach this underserved
a lot of people are going to be
community.
very upset.
Can you talk about the work that Games for Change is doing?
Sure. So, our mission, as you said earlier, is to empower game designers and social innovators, right? To use games for social change. And we see our work with younger people as really inspiring the next generation, right? And so just what Jim was saying, like we're going as young as sixth grade, sometimes fifth grade, but trying to give young people, and mostly in Title I schools, so those are schools that qualify for free lunches, which often are representing the underserved communities, an opportunity to dive in deeply into this gaming industry, this experience they all love to do, and help them become creators of this content, not just consumers. And we've been finding that it's a program that we've been running called the Games for Change Student Challenge. We've been running it for the past 6 years. We've reached over 30,000 young people in middle and high school. And we not only give them an opportunity to learn how to make games, but we also combine that with civic engagement. So they have to think about how games can help make their communities better. So right from the start, we want to empower them to think about this really important medium, not only as something they love to do.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't be yawning about this, but
they're
man.
learning important 21st century and STEM skills that can help them regardless of what career path. But what we really hope to see happen is that they see a future for themselves and they see an opportunity, a pathway for them. And part of our program, an important part of it, is this idea of mentoring, and mentoring from near peers and also from people from the community. So as Jim says, it's so important they see themselves in the people that are coming to speak to them. So when we're in Los Angeles, for example, we can reach out to USC Games, for game design students to come and speak to the kids, that we can bring people in from Riot or Activision or from Take-Two to come in and say, yes, this is what I do and this is something for you. And we do the same thing in New York and working in Atlanta and Detroit. And I can tell you that students are coming back year on year, and we're seeing them use this program as like their college essay, or they're building their portfolio. And I love the idea that, if we can get to them at a young age, they spend their summers with Layla at Girls Make Games, and then they can go on and apply to college, and we're talking about this pipeline or this pathway for them. And so that's that role and what we hope to inspire.
I love what you said there, Suzanne. There's so many little nuggets that you just pulled out there. The different avenues you can have and career pathways there are in the gaming industry. Just the activity that you can have in terms of having mentorship and role models and representation, and just, having good gamers out there. So there's so many things that you talked about that I want to hit on. Let's just pull Layla into this conversation and just talk about the idea of mentorship and representation. Layla, talk about the workshops and the summer programs that you offer to girls. How does that help to increase the representation and the mentorship aspects that we've talked about?
Thanks so much for having me. I was on mute. This is 2021, still going on mute. But like Susanna said, I think it's really important to kind of pass that baton on. And I think we see this summer after summer, having created a place that's, for girls. We get this question a lot. Why do you need a space that's just for girls? There's so many programs out there that are open to everyone. But I think it's just so important to create that space because, like Jim talked about, it's so important to see people who are like yourselves. For many of the girls that come to camp, this is their first time walking into a room full of girls who love video games. They've been so accustomed to kind of being the only girl on their robotics team, or the only girl that went to a coding camp with their brother. and the girl who's fighting her brothers for you know the Xbox controller. So those are very common themes and stories, and I think it's important to kind of tie in not just the mentorship but also the community. It's very important to walk into a room and feel like you're not an outsider, and the best way to do that is to show many more faces that look just like you. It's really validating to walk away not just with the technical skills, but to feel like these are people that I'm gonna, you know, kind of encounter in 10, 15 years, and we'll be like professionals, because right now we're just kids making games, but we'll be professionals in a few years. And 7 years out for Girls Make Games, we're finally starting to see, you know, these girls kind of make plans together to go to college, and this year, I would say, like, the first time we got in like dozens of emails from families saying, you know, my daughter is now thinking of college, and how do we get this portfolio going? How do we set that up? So I think, touching on Jim's point too, there's so many challenges that, you know, people have to go through just to get everything right. You shouldn't have to rely on luck so much. So if you look at the women who are now excelling and thriving in the industry, and you ask them their stories, so many things had to go right in their lives to finally end up in the industry, many of whom ended up there accidentally, like me and even Tony. I think Tony and I touched on that earlier. But it shouldn't have to be luck or accident. We can actually intentionally create these pipelines. And I think it requires all of us working together, like everyone in this room, talking about what we're doing and how do we pass our students on from, you know, we start as young as 8, getting them onto the programs and then passing them on to the student challenge and then on to USC and then finally on to the industry. I think that's basically the magic formula to solving the problem that we're talking about today.
Yes, thank you for hitting on that pipeline challenge and actually solution. You really clearly laid it out there for us. I really, really enjoy that. And something else you mentioned is just like really opening this world of gaming to new, diverse, a pool and a spectrum of gamers. And how do we create those real pathways back into the gaming industry? Gordon, you've done a lot of work in just helping to create value where value was not seen in places in the gaming industry, specifically for the gay gaming professionals. Can you talk about how the representation and widening the spectrum of what gaming professional looks like and how your company and your role really accomplishes that?
Sure. So we have a mission which is focused on education, employment, expertise, and entrepreneurship. And the reason why is because alongside diversity and equity inclusion, there's a new word that's come up a lot, which is belonging, right? A feeling of belonging, of being default. And I know that people
this day's
in their
be,
uniqueness do a lot
this
of
day's
mental,
be a struggle.
Socioeconomic, and sometimes social gymnastics before they get to be as good as they are, before they get a chance to participate in this panel or participate in our industry by and large. And I think the work that we all share is trying to disrupt some of those mental gymnastics, socioeconomic gymnastics, social gymnastics that young women, people of color, indigenous people, neurodiverse people need to do in order to be as great as they are,
game
you know,
developer
to belong,
blockchain,
you know, in the space.
That kind of
sort of
shit.
hearing, you know, what Layla's speaking to.
God help us.
A cohort, right, that treats each other as default, and where are we going to go now together, collectively? The program, you know, Jim's putting in place, right, with the endowment honoring Lawson, where there's going to be cohorts of Black and Indigenous people, right, growing together. And the work that Susanna, you've been doing since before it was cool. Okay, you were changing games, you know, making that dollar out of 15 cents before all of us. All of that work.
I'm half tempted to turn this off and go and play Tetris 99 for the next hour or so until the next presentation starts. But no, look, it's E3.
Specifically with GTP,
God damn.
We have a scholars program in partnership with Take-Two.
I'm going to see
go to USC. Many go on to participate in Games for Change, and many have been girls who made games.
I'm going to look up the
and that's where we find ourselves intersecting, is at that college point of how do we take it towards professionalization, and then we hope to carry them through into employment, into being experts, right? Because that's the real challenge when you're trying to discover people. You don't want just to be entering. You want experts, right? And if things are going to really change, like this discussion,
I'm looking up the pop-up chat
right?
for the
Layla,
Twitch E3
owner.
channel.
Susanna,
It's
owner.
just
Jim, owner.
It's
All
just
of you,
sleeping.
owners of Fastest in
Everyone's
Business,
sleeping.
right? That
It's just
is
sleep
where we
emojis.
become the batter, not the frosting, right?
Oh,
Where the change is,
God.
more than we can count, 2%, 3%, 1%. We aren't even the ones counting, right? We're still being counted.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea,
right?
actually.
Until you're doing the counting, nothing has changed, right? I don't need to ask how many young ladies are in
I'm
Girls Make
sorry,
Games.
I shouldn't
Like,
be that
all of them,
insensitive, but damn.
What is the gender balance
God
of games
damn
for
it,
change?
guys. God damn it, Take
All
Two,
of
you
it, right?
assholes.
These sort of
You
systemic
kinda conned
changes,
us, you know that, right?
That is the work I think we all share. I think it's why we all made time today, right? I've been to every E3. I was a booth boy when I started, and I'm still here, right? 25, 26 years later. Haven't missed one yet. So I hope that someone out there sees this and begins their path, right? And this is additive. That's why we're all here.
I appreciate that. Yes, exactly what you're saying. There's so much more that all of us can be doing. The accountability piece is really very important, Gordon. Thank you for bringing that up. I just want to lay this out there to all our panelists. What can corporations do to really set themselves up for success in the near future and grabbing this new talent, this talent out there that we need to capture to help us build better, more relevant, engaging video games? What can corporations do?
So I was thinking about this in particular as Gordon was talking about the scholarships that he puts forward. So having organizations, companies like Take-Two have to be visible to young people, not just because they're buying, they're downloading the games off of Xbox or PlayStation, but because they're there in front from the beginning. And so Take-Two has been part of our challenge since the beginning, offering scholarships to our grand prize winners. And I can tell you that that's a motivator for kids to participate, not just because there's a scholarship at the end, but it's because Take-Two is part of it. Like, it made us cool. Right. And I think it's that relationship at that young of an age that makes a connection for people. Is like, yeah, they want to hear what I have to say. Right. Like, they're here because this program exists and because I'm interested in doing it. And I think that kind of relationship with these kids, whether they're mentoring and coming into a classroom, they're volunteering at a game jam or judging games at the end of the competition, they're involved. And I think that it really has an impact on young kids' lives.
Yes, I love that.
I just want to add to what Suzanne's saying. I think that, and something that, we're talking about Take-Two, and thank you for having us, is making the success of Black people, of women, of queer people, of indigenous people, neurodiverse people, a business goal. Plain the same way that the consumption, right, of content, right, get some downloadable skins, buy some NBA 2K, right, that's a business goal around which the business is aligned. And I feel as though if the expertise of women, Black people, neurodiverse, other populations was a business goal, then that would be the change. It'd be that simple. Like, our business is more successful if there is more of this, right? And that's about people being of value versus just being valuable, which are two different things. There's lots of exceptional people, right, who are of value in spite of their circumstances. They're valuable, right? There's a difference between saying you're
Take-Two
of
Interactive
value,
is going to be
and
at
that's a
E3.
business goal
Yay,
in
GTA
itself.
6 to
And I
discuss
think
equality
that's
in
the
gaming
corporate-
industry.
That's
Wait,
the
what?
real
Wait,
change,
what?
because it used to be, just real talk. It used to be about exceptionalism, right? And be like, oh, you're able to thrive under this duress, right? Isn't that cool? Versus, right, you are actually who we are, so we are going to cultivate you. That's who we are year round. That's what we look like, what we sound like, right? Who we are. right? And so,
like, I get that E3 is supposed to be like an industry event, and stuff like this happens all the time during E3s.
So I would value, right? There's value in that, right? I'm treated
this
that
stuff
way
is usually,
in some circles.
in
If
conference
the same
halls and not
lens
broadcast
was put
online.
onto women, onto
Like
brown people, black
man.
people, queer people, then there'd be no, as the kids say, no cap on the change that could take place.
Right. Right. And that just speaks to being deliberate with our diversity, inclusion, equity practices. Corporations really have to take that accountability and, like you said, do what's right in that spectrum, in that conversation, looking at value from different sources and kind of recalibrating our minds to that.
Stream that
but like
one
you guys have
because
said, it takes time. It takes
mobile
starting
gaming.
earlier in the pipeline.
Then Amico showed up
I love
for
that you
10
just
minutes.
call that out. What other things can
And basically did nothing
corporations
to
do
pitch the
that are
system,
just
honestly.
different,
I'm not sold
different than
on
what we've been doing in the past, perhaps?
Now,
What
Take
would you
Two.
recommend?
I would even add to what Gordon just said.
on the planet.
The looking at this challenge as a business challenge is
he
key.
doing
That's
a
what
diversity
between the
panel?
inspiration of the social justice marches from last summer and really
On the main
talking to our chair, Danny
Twitch
Bilson, who said that,
E3
hey,
stream.
if you were going to tackle this issue, this giant generational issue, as a business problem, what would you do?
I am
and
fully
that
aware that
flipped
this
the
is
light switch
important
on for
stuff
me.
that
Well,
needs to be
of course, like
discussed.
any business problem, what are my challenges?
But I
I've
also
got
understand
gaps in my supply
that a
chain,
lot of
if you will.
people
So
are
how do
gonna
I fill those
be
gaps in my supply chain?
quite
And really
upset.
working your way backwards in a way where you're
And
putting
unfortunately, that is an issue.
objectives, strategies, and tactics in
And
place
unfortunately,
to
something that
achieve
this is
those
not going
goals
to
from
be,
a business
to
perspective.
avoid.
You're going to see outcome when it's not just, hey, here's a check and good luck with charity X. It's going to be more of, okay, here's a check. This is what we're hoping to see. Let's measure along the way and see if we're seeing progress on that. And it's the measurement of progress and adjusting in real time based on the data that you're getting back. That's where you're going to meet. That's where you're going to see the gap start to close in a meaningful way and be able to point out to other people in the industry, like, hey, this is what we can all do together. What if we scale this effort up and really have an impact on society as a whole? That mindset is really going to be what
green
changes the game.
screen, cutting
So
out.
I like to think
just
about it as like a pie. When we think about from a corporate strategy, we always think about there's a piece of the pie and everyone gets a little piece of the pie. But I think the way we have to approach this is really pie is not a fixed size. I think by including more people, the pie gets bigger. So it's not a fixed size that we're trying to all get a piece of. But by including more people,
say we'll be right back
in the industry, by becoming creators of this medium, we actually expand the medium, expand it beyond just entertainment. And I think that speaks really heavily to me as a problem solver. Is like when I look at video games, it's such an underutilized tool for social change, and I think that I can see Susanna kind of has been on the forefront of that, and
get in the
coming
car
in
and pop
as
down
an
and
outsider to the games industry, I was just kind of
I don't
blown
know
away
why I'm
that
in the mood for
oh my god, you
nuggets
can do
right
so
now.
much. Like 9 out of 10 kids play video
4 a.m.
games.
in the morning,
You know,
I want
not 9
nuggets.
out of 10 boys, 9 out of 10
Nuggies.
kids. We're talking about literally changing perceptions and inspiring and educating generation after generation, and yet that power rests in the hand of like a select few. And I think when you think about it, not just from a corporate responsibility, but as a social responsibility, like what are we putting out there for our kids to consume? I think we need to bring in pretty much everyone, anyone and everyone who's interested in building a future together in that. So between the pie and the corporate responsibility, I feel like there's a lot that gets lost. Like I think there's a big dichotomy between these are people that are doing good and these are people that are self-serving, but it doesn't work like that. We have to work together, and everyone does kind of go between what's good for me and what's good for everyone, so.
Thank you for bringing that concept up, Layla. The codependency. We are all community members in this pipeline, and we have to be active, deliberate in our processes, in our systems, how we tackle this problem. Before we end this conversation, there's tons of questions that we have that we want to ask you. So I'm going to pause right now and give our esteemed questionnaires a chance to ask their questions that are top of mind related to our conversation today. So we're going to start it off with some questions from our other video game industry experts here. We've got Carrie, she's an executive producer from Private Division. We also have Vanetta, who's a director of talent acquisition with Take-Two, and Nir, he's the head of mobile for Take-Two. So go ahead and fire it away.
Awesome. Thank you, Tony. The first question is for Layla, but certainly open to having the rest of our panelists answer the question. But at the beginning of your career, did you ever imagine being a leader within an industry that is predominantly male dominated? And what is your advice for other young women that are interested in taking a similar path to where you are today?
Thank you, Juanetta. I don't think I really envisioned being in a male-dominated industry, although I did envision being in a male-dominated world, because I grew up in the Middle East and I was painfully aware of being a girl, and how my life was going to turn out to be different from my male peers or my brothers or my cousins or any of that. I was fortunate that my parents were very supportive and they wanted me to pursue whatever dream I wanted. But I think having that mindset and coming from a world that was very much male dominated already prepared me for, hey, whatever I end up doing, there's going to be more boys or men than me. I think the piece of advice that I would really give girls is to honestly not think about your gender when you think about what you want to pursue, because it's all about you specifically. You might end up liking things that people, even your age, your geographic location, your, educational background, or your family might not have heard of or even thought of. And that is all the things that I ended up doing were things that didn't match anything that I had seen in my own environment, but I just kind of pursued what I wanted to. And then 2 is to kind of use a very selective hearing. I think you have to kind of develop selective hearing, listen to the people that care about you, that love you, and encourage you in being more of who you are, and diminish the voices of people who say you can't do things because it's never been done, or that's not how it is, or that's not how the world works. The way the world works is based on the world that we build, and we're continually building a new world. So it doesn't matter how things are done now, they're going to be done a different way as you grow up, and you can be part of building that world. So those would be like my 2 pieces of advice for girls, is to just pursue what you want and, develop selective hearing.
All right. My question is for Susanna, but also open to anyone else who would like to answer. And I think Gordon kind of hit it earlier when he said that, most of us didn't have a lot of examples or opportunities. I'm in that boat. I didn't have any programs and anyone telling me that I could do this, and definitely had to, not necessarily an accident, but really had to work in a different way, harder than most. So, my question, Susanna, for you is, could you share an example of how your program has impacted someone that has participated, or, a few people?
Sure. So as I said, our program is 6 years old in New York City. We're a bit younger in the other cities that we're operating in, and there are opportunities now that kids all over the country can participate. But we saw in New York a very particularly strong cohort. We are actually in over 125 schools right now in New York City, and there are some rock star teachers that have encouraged their kids to participate, their participants, year on year on year. And that, to me, is certainly the beginning of getting this kind of program off the ground, and particularly in schools where students usually aren't offered this kind of experience. So, one, having the teachers find value and really and work to and making it a part of an annual program within their school system has also allowed students to continue with the program year on year. There's one young woman in particular who won, I think she won the our theme category the first time round when she participated as a sophomore. The junior year, she won again. And by the senior year, she was a grand prize winner in New York City. And I hear that she then followed on with a full scholarship to NYU Game Center. Right. And it was just amazing. And I just remember she was invited to speak at the Games for Change Festival after she won. It must have been the second year. I don't think it was the third year. And she came and we were having a panel, a conversation about, the program. And she was invited to speak on it. And her father came with her. and followed her around the entire, like 2 days she was there with a camera recording her experience in this, you know, professional environment, not only when she was speaking, but when she was sitting and watching the other people on stage. And it was so awesome to see that kind of support within her family. And I'm like, all right, you've got educators supporting this young woman, this pathway. You've got her family. And actually, since she graduated, I've seen other kids in her family come through the program. But it takes that kind of multiple supports from different directions to really support this young woman who is a woman of color from Brooklyn, who found her path, right? And she got the right supports, and she got there. And now I also understand that she's launched her own studio and is raising money, you know, on Kickstarter. She's remarkable.
That's awesome. Thanks for sharing that story. That's so cool.
Nir, do you have a question for our panelists?
Yeah, hi, I do. So my question is to Gordon. I'm looking at LGBTQ representation in gaming. I've been in gaming for more than 12 years, and it feels to me that representation is a bit low than what you would expect, what I see in tech in other sectors. Do you have some data or some thoughts about that? Is that the fair estimation? And if so, why is that? And what are the main challenges that LGBTQ individuals face in this industry?
Sure. Well, I'll tell you a little history here. So when we started GGP about 15 years ago, which is not that long ago in corporate times, queer people only existed on an anonymous mailing list, anonymous to each other. Okay, because employment safety, which is still a concern globally, not to mention just safety, was a #1 concern which all of us lived with. So, you know, even back then, you know, weird flex, but I had designed Madden Football, had already sold a company to Activision, employment safety. So that is the #1 reason why. And just in this new recent history, have we begun to build the trust and value in each other so as to aggregate and to even acknowledge each other, okay? And to build systemic ties to companies like Take-Two and others to move from hiding from the industry, right? Escaping from the industry, to affinity, right? Right? To employee resource groups and corporate leaders like Tony existing, right? And we're moving closer to being a business resource. And so in other technology areas, that path is further along, where it is like to say in the batter, that queer identity is of value, and there's customers, there's of course creators, there's of course business leaders and owners, you know, of all walks, and in the optimum business, you would cultivate, you know, all types of people. As a game craft, we are still in generation 1. You even asking this question here, you are a wild pioneer. You are the out there with your machete chopping down bamboo to even ask this question, which presumes that LGBT people would be employed, okay? And then in communication with each other, right? In communication with each other across different companies, and in any sort of ongoing concern. So welcome, thank you for asking. For those of you at home, we have a Discord and a Facebook that you can all join and participate at any time, or you can reach out to me directly on Twitter, Gordon Bellamy. Wherever you may be on or off your path as an LGBTQIA person or an ally, right? Because I think that's something we've all discovered. And I think whatever population you are part of, whether it be across gender or race or expression identity, is that you don't have to be a member to care, okay? You don't gotta be a member to say this is an important issue. And in fact, a lot of the work that we do at a corporate level is saying, hey, you don't have to do all the work, right? You know how to push the rock that's sitting on you. We're gonna help you push that rock that's on you. It's not on me, but I can help push, right? Because I can see it. It's on you. And so asking these questions, corporate support, time, right? 3 T's, time, talent, and treasure, will move this discussion forward. I hope that answers your question here, but otherwise just get at me. I can tell you more. And anyone else there who's watching, we can tell you more in greater detail.
Gordon, I know your company has some things going on in the few months.
Oh,
Can you talk about some of the activities you guys have?
Sure. So we have most of our content now, in addition to our Scholars Program and our community service that we do with Take-Two, is streaming. So we stream front page of Twitch and we bring it to YouTube, content around equity, inclusion, belonging. And not just LGBT, we just had our second Indigenous Game Creators panel yesterday. Big hit, because you know what? Indigenous creation has always been here. In August, we're going to be doing our first GGP Honors, which is going to be honoring the best in diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging in our craft. So we're going to be lifting up the people who do the work, right? Every day in our ERGs, in our executive suites, like Dr. Liggins, right? These people need to be cultivated as well, right? The same way that we cultivate engineers, artists, and other things that we value, right? Things that we value need to be cultivated. So we're going to be beginning to do that work August. Tune in, front page of Twitch. It's going to be a mood. Hope you're all there.
Awesome. Thank you. We probably have time for one more question, so let's go for it. Who's got their last burning question for our panelists?
Oh, I have several questions.
Burn.
If it's one, we'll just speak. I have to come from the affinity group, ERG, BRG perspective. So Gordon, thank you for touching on that. So this question is for both Jim and Gordon, as someone that represents a member of an ERG as well as a leader of an ERG. What advice would you give ERGs, affinity groups, BRGs that are either just starting out or those that are established in organizations that are looking for ways to further embed themselves into the business, so that batter versus icing that you're talking about?
Also, I mean, to add to that, I think the something that a few of us have touched on earlier is an old adage from the business world: you can't manage what you can't measure. If you don't have a way to see how your progress is evolving over a continuum, you're kind of just going, well, I think something's working, let's just keep doing that. And business people, myself being one of them, don't respond well to that. It's just okay, let's just keep investing in a thing that I don't know the results of. You need to be able to go back and say, hey, this year we were here, this following year we were here. Here's the, not only have we seen a positive impact on the investment or good ROI, but we also recognize the fact that the partner and partners that we're working with are making moves and making investments into the future that they're saying that they want to see. The positive feedback loop of being able to say, here's data that shows that what we're doing is having an impact on our objectives, and rewarding that partner or those partners for that investment and for that support. That's really key to building a positive feedback loop around investing in diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yeah, what Jim said, but I'd still say make it mobile. God, if you could move that needle like 0.2%, anything, you can't get cut. You can't get cut then, right? There's no way, no one can say budget's tight when you're moving that needle 0.2%, right?
No, the scale at which we all operate, it's pretty staggering when you think about it. When you aggregate how much revenue and profit goes and gross profit goes in the games business, for a meaningful moving of the needle of DEI, comparatively speaking, it's not a huge amount of money. It's to have a really big demonstrable impact, measurable impact. If we aggregate our dollars and really focus on some key objectives, we can really move the needle in a way that's going to. Frankly, when you start seeing things work, people get excited. It worked. Let's keep doing it. Let's keep doing it. And it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And that's why the Lawson Fund is what it is. It's an endowment because we want to see it have an impact in the aggregate over time, over generations, and support students for decades to come. Not just have it be this fiscal year, what can we do?
Awesome. Thank you.
One more thing, just let it go, is just keep saying black out loud. right? Let's get back.
I just realized the
Black
Twitch
is
chat
We've been
is in
residing in Black
emote
Lives Matter for a
only
long time,
chat.
and we need to be back to like
So
Black
that's
and
why
proud
everybody's got the sleeping
and
face
Black and
emote.
beautiful. And so your existence, right, and saying it and saying positive outcomes after the word Black is meaningful each and every day that you can do it in your ERG.
I love that. Thank you.
Good question. We've got time for more. What else do we have?
All right, I'll go if we have time for more. Layla, how have you been able to actually connect with the people in the community to bring awareness for your programs? Like, how do you actually gather people, to participate, and especially like in the very beginning?
Oh my gosh. So the first camp in 2014, we literally like barged into a maker fair with flyers, and we were just going around and being like, you look like you would love video games because you're playing with robots right now. So come to our camp. But I think it's pretty much primarily been word of mouth originally, but then when we ended up partnering with the game studios and game companies, that really helped elevate the program and the PR. I think Susanna touched on that. It's like it actually legitimized us and then kind of made us really cool. Like, hey, you can go make games at these game studios. You can actually make a game at Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, Take-Two. You can go into their offices, meet the developers, and make these games. And I think that cool factor has kind of really helped us out. When it comes to speakers and people who want to mentor and be involved, that's been a lot easier because, a lot of our teachers end up being college students themselves, and they come back and they'll say things like, I wish this program existed when I was younger. It sucks I couldn't go to it, but at least I get to be a part of it and give back to the kids. And then same thing for mentors and speakers. There's so much interest in wanting to give back and wanting to welcome new voices into the industry. We haven't really had to do a lot of pushing. In fact, we get pulled in a lot of directions. I was talking to my team the other day. I was like, this is a very fortunate problem to have where we're getting pulled in 100 directions because we're needed in 100 directions, as opposed to us telling people that, hey, this is important, pay attention, and, look at what we're doing. So I would say it's been very organic, and really the tide is turning. We're building a new industry. We're building on the industry that we have, but we're also building a new part of the industry together. So it's really exciting.
Thank you. Thanks, Layla. And thank you to our panelists. You guys have been very inspirational, very thought-provoking, and have left us with a lot of great tidbits to take away, to take back to our corporations and our respective organizations to really make a deliberate impact in our community that we're building and this whole world of diversity and equity and inclusion in the video game industry. So thank you all. Thank you, the viewers, for joining, and have fun at the virtual E3 conference.
Wow, E3. Just wow.
I think ever since Mega Man X, I've just loved the sort of 8-bit, 16-bit pixel art style. As an artist, I just kind of fell in love with that aesthetic.
Number one, Mega Man X, favorite game of all time. Whenever somebody asks me the deserted on an island question, Mega Man X is the game.
I would say Tomb Raider. Lara Croft is the reason
Portal.
why I started to become really adventurous in my own life and wanted to be as intelligent and curious and brave as her.
Portal for me. Because before I played Portal, I had actually
where I've seen
had kind of fallen out of gaming for a while.
Felt like, oh my gosh, my people.
I think I discovered Portal through Zero Punctuation, and I decided to check out the trailer, check out the demo on Steam.
Man, bring that back, PlayStation. Perhaps we got more bars.
God, everything's just blurred out. Like, why?
I think it might be Apex Legends, and I know, the thing you're most excited about is the thing.
But yeah, Portal, the orange box got me back into gaming. Half-Life 2 got me back into gaming after being out for a few years.
My favorite game is, without question, absolutely League of Legends. It's been like a decade since release, and it's still just at the top of the charts. And It's where I go with all my friends and hang out. It's my go-to.
That was the first female I actually ever seen play video games. It was my mother, and she loved 007. And we would all play, me, my brother, my mother, and my dad, and we would just go crazy in that game, have game nights and everything.
Lion King, Sega, on Sega, because that will teach you about life right quick.
Oh my god. Lion King, that would teach you about life.
I've said it many times. TV should have his own segment. Every time he's on camera, I'm just like cracking up. Love him. Anyway, welcome back to E3 2021. Do not forget to check out e3expo.com/shop for your E3 2021 needs.
Look like this. Don't you want to look like this, young man?
You want to look
All right.
just like me?
Not really.
You look like a schlub like me. I'm in a bomber jacket. Nobody likes me. Or do you want to be in an E3 bomber jacket and everybody likes him?
All the kids want to look just like me, anyway.
Okay, anyway, we do need to give a big thank you to Razer. Do you see our lovely little Razer Blade laptops here? And then we're in the Razer Isker chair. Oh, sorry, you didn't get one.
I got the chair, though.
You did,
Talk
and
about
they're
the lumbar.
amazing. The
Lumbar
lumbar
support's
support is on point, y'all. Greg, you and I, we're
Man.
tall folks, so it's like you need that lumbar support. It
Man,
makes us
I'm not
stand up
spending
straight.
all that money on
If you're
Razer
not a
chairs.
tall person, you don't understand how hard it is to be tall. And that's always embarrassing, right? Go, oh, right. Sorry about that.
Okay, be nice, gentlemen.
The pain I'm feeling right now. I don't have a laptop. Greg make fun of me. You know what? I quit. I'm kidding.
No, you know what was low-key the best thing? Yesterday, they were like, Golden Boy, can you put your chair up higher? Can you put your chair up higher? And Greg and I were being so nice. We were not saying anything. We were just like, okay. Anyway, my producer's like, move it along, Jackie. So we did this great segment earlier where we were talking about 90s games and the impact that they had on us. And I kind of went off the rails and started talking about Chrono Trigger and Illusion of Gaia at length, but you both didn't really get a chance to talk about the games that have had a huge effect on you. So I wanted to hear both of y'all just be like, hey, this game changed my life. So you're in the hot seat first because you're right next to me. Hi.
Yay. The easy answer for me would have been Halo.
Yeah.
I will just give a mention. It was the game that brought me and my brother together. We were always, bickering brothers, right? It's just how it is with siblings. But both of us sitting down playing that campaign, it was great. But for myself personally, one of the games that had a profound impact on me was, funny enough, Final Fantasy VII. It was the first RPG that I had ever played, and it began this infatuation.
That isn't anything
with
new,
RPGs.
to be honest.
And there was a point in time, folks, where the PlayStation, I swear to God, just had nothing but RPG games. I feel like every other month there was like a new RPG coming out, but that just started this long.
Yeah, Square Enix was just pumping out the RPGs back in the effort.
That I played.
PS1 days, like,
was
god
just-
damn.
it was was Batman on the NES.
What a game.
Super fun game. That first level as a child, let me tell you, not easy. But yeah, those games have always been so big for me. What about for you, Greg?
Man, I think if you go back to the youth, there's so many things that put me on this path here, right? But I think for impactful games, the first thing that comes to mind is more modern. I think of Gone Home.
Ooh,
if you haven't played Gone Home, of course, right? It's a walking simulator, and when Gone Home hit, I was told by everyone on the internet to go play it and read nothing about it, which means I will now spoil Gone Home for you. I played that game like so many people did, thinking it was a horror game. And then slowly there's this side story building of, your sister, and she's missing, and what's going on with it, and you're reading the notes she's left. And slowly over time, it's like, oh my God, like she's falling in love. Oh my God, she's discovering she's gay. And then it was like, wait a second. Is this game a horror game at all, or is it all about that relationship? And it was all about that relationship. And, no video game, no work of fiction, of course, can tell you exactly what it's like to be LGBTQ. But for me, as a hetero white male, where everything's great all the time, right? This was a window, at least, into it of what that discovery is like, and the pressure of it, and what you're going through. And it opened up a window of empathy that I've heard stories before, but to kind of experience it, in a video game way, being in there and reading these intimate thoughts on a level that I don't get in a passing conversation with somebody, it was so powerful that when that game ended, I felt like I had a brand new empathy for what, LGBTQ people have to go through, of course.
Yeah, wow. Definitely got to check that game out now.
Yeah, no, for real. I'm like, I'm completely sold. I've heard great things about it as well, but I'm like, okay, everybody, Greg Miller says to play it, I'm playing it. Okay, so Golden Boy. and I were up in the break room, and I was like, okay, I need you to break down for me, like, NFT, Bitcoin, the works. And he popped out this little diagram. He wouldn't allow me to bring it down here, folks. He's like,
Wasn't very well done.
He's like, people are gonna make fun of my stick figures.
Oh, is it like a 7th grade diorama where like
Oh,
you
it was a,
yeah.
But well, he was so sweet about it. It was Golden Boy's like, you can keep it for you, Jackie. This will just be for you. And I was like, oh. He drew a stick figure of me, and it was like tall and lanky. And then he was like, this is me. And he's like, see, it's got a little belly, and he's like, and it's missing hair. And I was like, stop it, Golden Boy. But actually, this kind of brings us to our discussion about mythical games. That's why we even started talking about it.
Yeah, first, I do want to give a huge shout out to my boy Justin Kruger. I've known him for years, and he's over at Mythical, so I'm very much looking forward to seeing what they're going to bring to the table. But yeah, Mythical Games is a very interesting company because what they're doing is they're making games on the blockchain. And I know everyone's like, well, you know, sure, NFTs, blockchain, crypto, there's always these conversations around it. But what's really interesting about games is like, what if you were able to play something like, you know, a Hearthstone, and you had a particular card in Hearthstone. I think Dan used Ragnaros as an example, and you owned a version of that card. Like, you own that card. It was like 1 of 100 or 1 of 200, whatever, right?
It'd be like Magic, right? It would be like what you're already doing.
What you're already doing right now.
Cards. Yeah.
Exactly. And imagine you were able to do that. Now, this is obviously a fun game. You play with your friends, and it takes that same kind of concept of like ownership over what you have in your game, and then it just paints it with this fun-loving, you know, colorful flair.
Yeah.
So I'm really looking forward to it. Huge shout out to Mythical Games. I think they're pushing the boundaries a little bit here, and really it's only the beginning, because you're going to see more and more of this as the blockchain continues to improve.
Right, it's the tip of the sword, right? I think
Indeed,
that's the thing.
indeed. Yeah.
Well, fans of Blanco's Block Party are going to be happy to know that they can now own and sell their own characters. So for more on Blanco and an inside look at how the developers plan to change the way we look at video game characters, here is Mythical Games.
Let's go.
Yay.
Mythical Games. Okay. What are these guys?
Take one. ABC, common mark.
In your own words, what is Blanco's Block Party?
Oh, man.
Blanco's Block Party is a lot of things.
The game or just the Blanco?
I'm looking at you. Perfect. Awesome. So Blancos was originally what we thought a player-owned economy in a video game could be.
So it's a cool mixture of art, design, you know, music, entertainment.
This is like the evolution of modern art. Seeing how those artists use different mediums again, you know, it's not just about canvases.
50% of my work is digital, and there's been rarely an outlet for that digital aspect of things.
What the gaming industry has really become is a lot about microtransactions and getting as much money out of the player as possible. What we're doing at Mythical with NFTs and blockchain really changes that script.
By the end of this time next year, I'm going to have a whole row of Blancos. So.
Play, earn, collect, sell.
That's it. Sorry, I got lost. Can we
So
start
wait,
again?
Blancos are like a knockoff Funko Pop or something? Okay.
Yeah, you know the biz, baby. Yeah, you know the biz, baby. The way we win, it ain't fair. But ask, do I care? Yeah, that's right. On the left side, on the right side. Put your hands way in the sky. On the right side, on the left side. Do what you can to do. Here we go. I'ma just do my thing, do my thing, do my thing. I'ma just live my life, live my life, live my life. I'ma do what I want. Yeah, that's right, yeah, that's right. I'ma just do my thing, do my thing, do my thing. Do my thing, do my thing. Do my thing, do my thing. I'ma just do my thing, do my thing, do my thing. Do my thing, do my thing.
Okay.
I just had a quadruple espresso. Is that a problem? Hi, my name is John Linden. I'm the CEO of Mythical. So working with Rudy and Jamie have really been a lot of fun because we really have kind of merged 3 different industries into one. So we have kind of obviously deep experience in gaming, but we also have teams from blockchain and we have teams in marketplace technology. And bringing these 3 worlds together, it's been a challenge at times, but also it's really helped us explore how to make this work. And I think that's been the intersection of those 3 industries
I
together.
have no
has
idea what
really
the hell
made
is
Mythical
going on.
special. I hope that players within Blankos can really kind of be what they want to be. You know, it's kind of a safe place that people can come. It's a great, strong community. And meanwhile, they have this economy behind the scenes that they can earn. They can really transact and be part of the world themselves. And that's really what they need to know. It really has become a great community, and we really encourage people to be part of that community.
When you're building a game at the moment, if you want to move from 10,000 users to 10 million users, what you really need to do is have really, really epic gameplay.
Blankos is a game that's all about what we imagine vinyl toys do when we're not watching. What happens when we go to sleep and these toys are left to their own devices, and an exploration
So
of
Funko
that
story.
whole
Vinyl
fun
story.
world of creativity that these toys escape to. Every single Blanko has a story and have their own inspiration and their own flavor and their own style. And I think that players are going to find that they'll go, oh, I like this toy because it speaks to me.
You are playing, building, and collecting. But then outside of that, you are also upgrading and selling. You don't need to understand NFTs or blockchain at all to play Blankos Block Party. All you need to know is how to play a game, and we teach you that.
The Junction is an amazing place where the Blankos go to express their creativity. Players are going to have a role in helping to bring that world online.
It's just this city full of tons of different designs and colors and patterns. But the point is that you are meeting up with your friends, you're practicing your new skills out together, and then you're jumping into mini parties.
Yeah, okay.
Players can build their levels using our Blanko build tool. They can make whatever level they want. They can set the terrain, and then they could set the win conditions, and they could set the game type. So you can make this level into a shooter, or you can make this level into a race. There are things that we didn't even think was possible with our level editor that they've been able to do. I've seen levels that recreate a particular science fiction movie that I might not be able to say.
I wanted things that felt like beautiful pieces of art. We're just continually adding to this huge library of buildings and houses and vehicles and that kind of stuff. Things that you can throw together into to make your own block party.
In the open beta, we've seen over 20,000 block parties. Once they're done playing it, there's a rating system, 1 through 5. So you can really get that feedback from the players. There's over 70,000 NFTs that have already been purchased in our open beta, and we've been seeing just tons and tons of people jump in.
Now that NFTs are moving into the mainstream, the most important thing for
NFTs shouldn't be moving
gaming
into the
studios
mainstream.
that want to focus on NFTs is to really ensure that their gameplay, their player experience is on par or exceeds anything else in the mainstream market today.
We're putting the fun in non-fungible tokens. That's what we're doing. It's going to be really exciting to see the game.
I have the VHS tape from Devolver Digital,
here
honestly.
With NFTs and blockchain really changes that script, because then it's players that can actually benefit and profit
Shouldn't be
off
gaming
all the money
studios
spent.
that want to focus on it.
Part of my art exists in the fine art world, and in that world, I could create a painting and sell a painting, and then that painting goes off to a collector, and then I get paid once, right? And then I have no idea, no control over who gets the painting, no idea if 20 people sell it down the road for exponential amount of money. I never see a dime of that. I have no idea what to think. So one of the cool things about NFTs is that smart contract that's locked in, and you're able to just not only track who gets it, but share that profit forever.
While one will collect for love, the other side that you want to collect from is also from a perspective of capital appreciation. You know, when we look at the collector world today, vinyl toys are on a tear, right? Just the very fact that Blanco's Block Party created a platform where you could not only collect digital vinyl toys created by epic vinyl toy artists, but at the same time use those vinyl toys to battle other people in games. I truly believe that it's a magic formula for, you know, not only epic capital appreciation on the assets themselves, but also, you know, immense amount of enjoyment in playing the game.
Today's gamers are used to having a lot of control over customizing the experience that they have. We've seen that in the trend of games coming out over the last 10 years. Players spend a lot of time online, they spend a lot of time in digital space. That's where they want to express themselves, through skins, through cosmetics, through the things that they buy through games. I think that's where, you know, Blancos really shines and what we can bring to the table, but also where I think NFTs play a huge role, right? Like, because it gives you a chance to really own the world around you, the universe that you're customizing, you're creating. You've got a greater stake in this thing now. Rudy Koch, SVP Business Development. Am I just supposed to say that? Just my name? Title? All right. I'm a big-time collector. I collect vinyl toys. I have a whole wall of them at home. I'm a nerd. We're all nerds. We all collect.
I love collecting. I actually started my career in comic books.
I collect sneakers.
I loved Magic the Gathering.
Amiibo, motherfuckers.
Hundreds.
These
Look at all
concepts
those fuckers.
as collectors ourselves, like the box opening, you know, opening a box for your Blanco, or the serial numbers on each of the NFTs that you buy. These are concepts that live in the physical collector's world that we love so much, and we wanted to bring that and translate that into the digital. What's amazing is that with the players that we've seen so far and the people engaging with the economy,
that's the problem.
they are getting these
What's
concepts.
up, Shroom?
It's been a lot of fun to see that all unfold.
Yeah, look, this whole thing just feels like
with real toys in real life, right? When
I
way
mean,
to keep their value.
looking
is
at
you put
these
them in a
designs,
box,
I mean,
put them on the
what
shelf,
appeal do they
leave them
have?
there.
There's nothing, you
But
know.
with Blancos, as you play with
pop
them,
culture about the
they get
reason
better.
why
You
Funko
can-
works
you
so
can
well
customize them. You can
because
make
they're
them,
actual characters
ways
we
you want
actually
them
like.
to be.
This
but
is just
also
nothing.
Increase their rarity and increase their scarcity by playing with them. Our leveling up process, it's called Grade Up. It draws from real toy and collectible culture. It's kind of a neat turn on everything that you would think about collectibles.
I'm looking to invest in and acquire assets from games that have the ability to move into the mainstream. Games that have the ability to become AAA titles. There are mainly three that top my list. Again, Blanco's Block Party, Gods Unchained, as well as Axie's Infinity. They've been able to integrate blockchain within their gaming mechanisms, really in the background, rather than having it to be a requirement to be able to participate in the game and participate in the community.
Get yours, yeah. Get the money, get the money. Ooh la 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 la, throw it all on me, yeah.
A really key focus for my team has been making sure that our marketplace is very accessible for really all players in the game. This is going to continue to develop as we add more functionality around cryptocurrencies, being able to use your crypto wallet, but the core focus of our product is making sure that the mainstream audience is able to enjoy the game and have a super simple experience.
Historically, like if you're playing a game and you're trying to sell your items, the game developer doesn't support that, right? And Mythical Games takes the stance of we enable it and we facilitate it. Mythical's blockchain uses proof of authority for consensus, which basically is a much lower carbon footprint than proof of work. And we're planning to bridge to multiple chains. We're bridging to Ethereum, which is about to go to proof of stake, which is about 99.5%
like, this is not going
less
to
energy.
work.
By using blockchain technology, you own your game assets, and then you can build another marketplace, you can build another interface, you can bring them into another game, different metaverses, and that's a new paradigm, and it's inevitable, and I think gamers are going to demand it. Traditionally, like when you're participating in a marketplace, you're relying on trust in the company to keep the database accurate. Where Mythical Games is using a blockchain where our smart contracts are publicly accessible, so you have confidence and trust that you're getting what you're buying and your true ownership, and you have it forever. Because traditionally, game companies can just say there are 1,000 of them, but who knows if there are 1,000, right? With Mythical Games, we have provable scarcity, and with provable scarcity, as an investor, a collector, or a gamer, that's really what you want.
I've been drawing since I could hold a pen or a pencil. My granddad taught me how to do engineer drawing when I was 4. You know, I've just fell in love with the idea of drawing and creating. It's just something that gives me a ton of joy. As I started to look around at art, it always really appealed to me, but I was always really appealed by graffiti art and the music that I listened to. Do I have a favorite? That's like asking me what my favorite child is. It's currently my daughter, by the way, if anyone was asking. So for me, it just evolved over time as I started to learn a bit more about street artists and see the evolution of street artists, see an artist go from kind of painting an illegal wall to having a gallery showing or something like that. Seeing how those artists use different mediums again, you know, it's not just about canvases, it's about sculpture. It's about taking these shapes and these 3D canvases and expressing their desires, their needs, whatever it is they're trying to say on a different canvas. We know where we sit now compared to 20 odd years ago when all these artists were still just street artists getting arrested for doing throw-ups on trains, and now, you know, a couple of $1 million at Sotheby's. I'm like, it's pretty cool.
Where should our hands be?
Just do this.
Oh, okay.
I'm super excited to talk to you guys about some of the artists that we're bringing into the game, some of the first collaborators, and I think it's appropriate to start with Michael Lau.
Michael Lau is a legend in the space. He's definitely known as the godfather of vinyl toys. He has this really awesome quote, which is, all art are toys and all toys are art. And I think like that is perfect for Blankos. And so I think we're really excited to see his style come alive in our realm.
點解想合作？咁其實一路以嚟都好想自己啲 character 可以喐啦，好似可以做一啲 animation 啊，或者 game。咁今次真係有機會同一個咁配合到 figure 個 game 合作，所以係好開心。
Another artist and designer that we're super excited to talk about is Quix. And what I love about Quix is that, one, he's a graffiti artist, but two, he's super hip hop culture. Love his designs, love the samurai.
You know, he has this really iconic, like Japanese mech warrior style. So, I think we are all just excited to see that come alive in the Blankos universe.
Yeah, I'm turning it down. I am just.
That I do now are pretty much rooted from the stuff that I've loved since I was a kid. I grew up
90 minutes until loading limited run.
Japanese.
How's their presentation? But my God, that's 90 minutes.
Like my Mickey Mouse. He represents Japanese robots.
I'm not gonna lie. This is boring as
that we're going to reveal now is near and dear to my heart. I'm actually wearing some sneakers that represent them. I will let my friend Nicole here tee it up.
What is going on is like this game is centered entirely around NFT and like Funko Pop style bullshit. That's what I'm looking at. This is absolute garbage. And look, I'm not gonna lie, guys. I've been here for the last 3 days.
And bring them into the world of Blankos.
This E3 has been pretty bland. Microsoft was somewhat okay. I'll give you that. I think the biggest issue for me is that there's been a rather major lack of established franchise. Like, look, the Microsoft presentation was okay, but there wasn't anything I really,
We're not just picking from one person's perspective, which
this
really
is
helps to kind of broaden.
This is just, but this right here, today's
I am an avid vinyl toy collector. I have just a house.
Oh my God, dude, why are you here?
To find a game that
oh, Mega Mart. Oh my God.
Kind of tangible good and have that element in the game. No doubt.
Oh, Mega Mart.
This time next year, I'm gonna have.
What am I watching some Mega Mart right now?
Blankos. So.
Especially in comparison to say what E3 has been.
I think it's a really great online safe haven.
Like, there's been a lot of indie stuff that I'm interested in.
Bastardized.
But
whether it's on geometry or it's sculpted or it's
nothing majorly established, nothing that has really made me go, oh my God, they're actually doing that. Nothing that's really made me that excited. I know, Sony isn't here.
exhibit games like Blankos, I think it's a really great bridge between the traditional mediums of creating art, digital art, or
I didn't mind the wholesome direct. That wasn't half bad.
That's cool because I mean all the elements that are familiar to the Deadmau5 fan were really well executed in these skins.
Oh no, dude. Oh.
Anything else, weenies? In the back?
So now that the video is coming to a close, download Blankos, blankos.com, bring your vinyl toys to life, build your own levels, buy
I think Nintendo will hit it out of the park.
artists, and designers.
The sad truth, though, when it comes to Nintendo, is that they could have the perfect game. They could show off Breath of the Wild 2, Metroid Prime 4, Bayonetta 3, announce something like F-Zero, or Golden Sun, Waluigi and Smash, or fuck, a Mother 3 remake where you beat up Reggie with Lucas's baseball bat. Like, seriously, all of that. They could announce all of that. If they don't show off the Pro, that's going to be an issue. Nintendo could have nothing but non-stop, big titles announced at E3. But if that Pro isn't shown off, people aren't going to care. That's the only thing people are going to care about. They could show off all the best games people have been wanting for years, but they're like, didn't show off the Pro. Thank Nintendo. I'm pretty sure Nintendo is going to show off the new Switch.
You got the last word. Make it count.
That's a good question. Here, give me 5 seconds here to think about it.
Alright, guys, let's cut on cameras.
Thank God. If you're ready to start building, playing, and earning, you can download and join Blankos Block Party now in early access on PC. Like, share, and subscribe. Also,
Shroom, I like to think Nintendo's gonna hit it out of the park, but the last thing I'm gonna be is
on behalf of all of us at Mythical, thanks for joining.
I feel like you nailed it.
I want the Pro to be released because just so people will sharp about it. Like Nintendo had to disable comments on Twitter.
And we'll get to our thoughts on Mythical Games here in a second, but first we wanted to remind everyone that they could win a $100 gift card from our partners at DoorDash just by tagging them in a tweet and following them on Twitter. It's as simple as that. But Mythical Games,
Can DoorDash deliver chicken nuggets to my face? Because I'm really fucking hungry.
Did you learn a little bit about the blockchain?
I mean,
yeah,
I
honestly,
so much, and honestly,
I agree, Garrett. I don't think Prime 4 is actually going to be on the Switch. Honestly, I think Nintendo should announce the Metroid Prime trilogy. That would be a great replacement.
Like 101. It was basically like NFT 101. Bitcoin 101, all of this stuff like kind of went over my head, but when you broke it down for me,
there really has been nothing for 4 years, and that really does throw me off because I love the Prime series, I love Metroid, I love Samus. Like, God, I want Prime 4 so badly. At least I want something Metroid related announced.
But you're gonna have to school me some more. We're gonna have to do some private lessons.
I got you covered. But the one 15-minute presentation wasn't
exactly.
enough.
You didn't get to see his. By the way, you need to make one of these, right? I saw your art earlier. It was phenomenal.
Yeah, stick figure art, amazing. Blankos, hit me up, Mythical. I'm all about it. But Greg, at its core, though, let's not forget, Blankos Block Party is a game,
right?
And it has one of those types of Roblox experiences to it, where it's a make your own adventure type of game, and those are really picking up. Like I know,
there's been suggestion that there's going to be a sequel to Samus Returns, or at least bring Metroid Samus Returns to the Switch, which I think would be a great idea because I think Samus Returns on 3DS was a damn good Metroid game. I think it was probably one of the best 2D Metroid games ever made. And I would love to see something else like that.
Talk more about the games, and I was talking to you about it, and it's that idea.
Honestly,
well, you could, but
You can make whatever
They
you
should
want,
remake
right?
Super
And that's what
Metroid.
stands out to me.
I know that's sacred. I know that game's sacred and everything, but
Racers,
goddamn.
Mod Nation Racers.
I think Super Metroid, especially the Super Nintendo, was kind of overrated, especially in comparison to, say, something like Fusion.
Block parties are talking about there. They called it out. You can make
But
shooters, you can make platformers. It's like
if Prime 4 is really, you know, in developmental hell, which I don't think it is in hell. I think it's just, you know, it's just been in development. It just had to switch developers, and of course, COVID's not been, helpful, especially in the States. But I still think we should see the trilogy announced.
That's all you need to do. I'm just trying to get out of frame, guys. Okay, I'll get you out of here. What do you do when you get one of the hottest DJs on the planet collaborates with one of the sick indie titles we're talking about? Well, I caught up with deadmau5 and Jamie Jackson of Mythical Games to explain how they plan to keep the party going for Blankos and the crew.
He talked to deadmau5. What?
Zero Mission was fun, I'll give you that. Yeah, Zero Mission was good.
So how did this collaboration come about?
I think Ender forced it on us.
Yeah, Rudy forced it on me. We didn't want to work together again. We would.
No, it was all mandated. Orders from above from our benevolent overlords.
So that's mostly true, but also, we're in the video game world, we're in the NFT world. You know, Joel, you've done some cool stuff in it as well, right?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I've been playing around with that, but I outside of the woo and wah of selling JPEGs for tens of thousands of dollars, I really liked what you guys were doing with kind of the integrating the tangible good with that same kind of video gamey thing. That was what really got me excited.
First time with Blankos anyway, we would
Shroom, here's the thing. I bought Metroid Prime Trilogy
It was pretty, and it was cool to
after having all three games separately.
What was the inspiration behind the deadmau5 cross Blankos?
Oh no, wait, sorry, no, I actually never owned Corruption. I played Corruption with the trilogy. The thing is, I would pay full price for the trilogy on Switch. Honest to God. Because despite the fact, its age, I still think the Prime series is probably one of the best in gaming. I think it's the best trilogy Nintendo has ever made. I think the Metroid Prime trilogy is deserving of a full price tag.
Yeah,
I mean, ignoring the fact that if it's $60, you're essentially paying $20 for 3 games, which is a pretty good deal. And not just, 3 games, but 3 of the best games. Now, they could probably do some things like finally have the Echoes multiplayer be online. That's something that we could definitely see being done.
Yeah, I stopped doing that.
I think one of the biggest issues was brought up that
the first 2 or 3 shows, I did the suit thing, and I'm like, you know what?
Because of the motion controls and Corruption, there may have been some issues, but I'm like, dude, if that takes a year to get working on the Switch, it's so worth it. I mean, look at how many copies of Mario 3D All Stars was sold.
Consensus right now,
I think it was like 7 million copies altogether.
Is kind of the answer you're going to get, but it's really a lot more. It's the underlying framework.
Hell, I wouldn't mind maybe giving us a chance to replay Prime Hunters on the DS. That wasn't half bad. And look, I know I'm probably going to get some shit from this, but Federation Force
every time you log into Steam or something
wasn't
like
that bad of a game. I mean, look, it definitely wasn't the best Metroid game, but I don't think Federation Force was deserving of all that hate.
Computers and stuff like that, and because the way that the infrastructure works with blockchain is that's all very easily swappable. The metadata, not the actual assets, but the metadata that ties to the assets can be interchangeable between a multitude of systems. So now I think that people are just now starting to kind of take in that standard protocol of, you know, fetching and receiving wallet data and stuff like that, tying assets to individuals through game platforms is a big win.
But then what are the benefits of NFTs for players?
So from a Blanco's point of view, is it's about trust, really. If you boil it down, it's about trust and proof of ownership. You know, no gamer has truly owned any asset they've ever bought in a game before. You know, it's all just a license, right? And you kind of just trusting them. There's no way to prove it. Whereas with NFTs, you can kind of, it's proof. You can see it. It's open. You know, if we say there's this many, there's this many. If you own it, you own it. And with Blancos in our marketplace, that means you can also go and sell it as well. So really, it's just about trust and truly owning the asset.
Shroom, I agree. There definitely is a section of the community that is against paying full price for remasteries and for remakes, that kind of stuff.
Thanks for joining us, guys. Now, let's get back to the show.
And yet, people still pay it. People still pay the price for. People still spend $60 on a Mario compilation. I agree, Shroom. I agree. Nintendo 64 Online would be a great announcement. Even better, they announced that, hey, the entire Rareware library is available with that system. Like we're talking Banjo-Kazooie, Tooie, Conker. Maybe not Conker because of its content, but definitely things like Blast Core, Perfect Dark. Actually, Perfect Dark maybe not even. That's going to be an issue though. Like, will they have the mature N64 games available, or will they just rely on things like, say, parental controls for that? And while I definitely would love to see the N64 Switch Online, I also want to see them announce GBA. GBA deserves to be on the Switch Online as well. We're talking things like the Castlevania games, the Golden Sun, the Mario Luigi stuff, Mario Kart Advance, Minish Cap.
You folks at home like indie games because we've got
of course the Metroid titles, and of course, even better, if they did have a GBA for the Switch,
we reveal some of the hottest new
you just know that Mother 3 would be on the Japanese one.
If indie is the future is now. Ooh, that did not go as far as I thought.
My craziest E3 story is that I lost my wallet at the beginning of the day. I had this Pokeball wallet, and it dropped out of my bag, and I thought, well, that's it. My life is ruined. Well, I still got to get all this footage in. So I still did E3, and then I got a call from Lost and Found, and they'd actually found my wallet, and I felt like that was the biggest W of my life, because I had an amazing E3. I got to go to the Cyberpunk Lounge. I got incredible footage, and I got my wallet back.
I don't think there's going to be that big of an issue. I don't think there's going to be that big of an issue. Microsoft will pretty much be like, oh, look, that thing last year, E3 2019 with Doug Bowser and and King Bowser. Oh, that was hilarious. Hang on. I think we got a bit of a mix-up. Sorry, I'm the Bowser they're looking for.
With lots of special guests who are going to help us raise money for able gamers. So join us in June for E3 and Play For All on GameSpot.com, YouTube.com/GameSpot, Twitch.tv/GameSpot, and as a part of E3's official broadcast. See you then.
篝火营地是中国领先的游戏媒体，创立于2018年，致力于为全世界的中文游戏玩家提供专业、精准、迅速的资讯指导。篝火营地立足于中国，与多家国际一流游戏媒体同行达成正式内容合作关系，源源不断地将最新鲜的游戏。
One game I'm definitely excited for potentially happening at E3 is of course, Mario Kart 9. I think the Switch is due. It's an official personal Mario Kart. Look, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe has been probably one of the best moves Nintendo did with the Switch. Having a Mario Kart game in the first 6 months of the Switch's release was a brilliant move on their part. So, to finally have a brand new one, Reggie definitely had a lot of appeal. I think Reggie came in at a very, at the right time. It's 5 a.m. here in Australia, Shroom. I've been up since about midnight. And I've been doing this for the past 3 days, so I am, like, deadly tired. But, you know what? I'm hoping that Nintendo's presentation tomorrow is going to be all worth it, and afterwards I am going to go to bed and sleep for like 2 days. That, or I'm going to go right to the EB Games in my town and wait outside to pre-order the Nintendo Switch Pro, because I just know I'm going to do that. If they announce the Switch Pro, I'm going down to the store.
I'm Rico. I am a self-proclaimed Nintendo lifer. I want to work at Nintendo.
Or, you know what, I probably will get a few hours sleep, then go and wait outside EB Games to pre-order the Switch Pro.
Who have worked in all 3 major regions, so Nintendo of Japan,
Or the new
Europe,
Nintendo
and
Switch, whatever the
currently
fuck they
work
call it.
at
I
Nintendo
honestly
of
don't know what they're
America.
going to call this.
I am super honored and excited to be here today. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mike Micah. I'm studio head for Other Ocean and Digital Eclipse. I've been making games for far too long, but my favorite games these days happen to be these really fun small games called indie games.
I'm Michelle Branstetter, Director of Business Development for Freedom Games. I started in games long ago, PS1, Brew, even earlier than that. Love it, excited to be here. Thank you for having me, and excited to announce more games too.
Hi, I'm Edmund McMillan, creator of Super Meat Boy, Binding of Isaac, and a bunch of other games. I'm an indie game developer. You may know me from Indie Game the Movie. Well, maybe not, it's 10 years old, but I'm here. Hi, thanks for having me.
So in recent years, and particularly over this last year, we've seen more and more people playing games. Indie games have filled the void of social and activities in the day-to-day life just as much as AAA titles. Do you believe that this line between indie games and larger publisher games is becoming blurred in the eyes of gamers?
It's becoming more of a drastic thing.
I don't think... Okay.
There are super indies, and then there's this, like, marketable indie, which
If
is, I think, a
Nintendo
thing that a lot of,
made Mario Kart 9, they can't just, make Mario Kart 8 but with different tracks. It needs to be different. I've mentioned this on my website. We did a wish list for the Nintendo E3, and one thing that would definitely be appealing for Mario Kart 9 is if they go back to the Double Dash days. I'm talking 2-player carts, special moves, and I'm not gonna lie, who wouldn't want to have Wario's Coliseum in 1080p or 4K even?
Right now, when I'm sitting there like going through a store for
I have a theory.
so many of them now. But like,
that when Mario Kart 8 Deluxe came out, there was actual plans for more DLC. Like they were actually going to make some new tracks or new players or new modes, and then they realized, there's potential here for an entirely new game, and just kept on working from there. And brought out, and will bring out Mario Kart 8, 9, or something like that. Or Double Dash 2 even, call it Double Dash 2.
Get that many downloads, but to me that is what Edmund's saying is the quintessential
I want to add to that because at Nintendo we're definitely seeing that. I think there's such a ease to access. There's more accessibility to tools and technology now, and so a lot of the smaller developers are able to self-express and really create unique experiences that they want to do. And at Nintendo we definitely discussed about, okay, how do we define indies? Like, what does that mean? And ultimately we decided, let the indies, like let our partners decide if they identify as indies. And how do they want to represent indies? And we're just here to really support and amplify their message. And if you look at our Indie World showcases, it's really intentional where we let the developers talk. They're like the superstars of our showcases. And they're the ones who are on camera and they're the stars of the show, and they get to tell their stories with their own voices.
You feel that having the Nintendo Switch and the graphic style that's popular in the games and just the wealth of indie titles that are available on the platform is due to the platform itself or to the audience that you have?
What
I
else
think
did we
we
discuss?
want our
One thing I would
content to
really
reflect
like to
our
see from
audience, and our
Nintendo is
audience
at
is
least
all genders, all ages.
a revival of
They
one
have
dormant
all the different
franchise.
tastes in
Doesn't have to be
games, from all
F-Zero.
over the world.
Honestly,
And so,
I think
at Nintendo,
F-Zero
we always talk about diversity and
is kind of
innovation,
overrated.
like those two
Ooh,
words,
yeah, I
come
shouldn't
out
say
all
it.
the
But the
time.
thing is,
And we have
we've
indie
technically
teams
had an
based in,
F-Zero game since day
Europe and
one
Japan and
with
the US and elsewhere, and we all have an equal
with a
voice.
Shinin
It's truly global
and
when we think
Fast
about, okay, what do we
RMX.
want to showcase through our campaigns. And so we want to make sure that our
I want
global
that
teams
Indie
have
World
equal
pin.
voices and the content
I love
reflects,
Indie World.
our audience.
I'm going to Indie World.
I know that Freedom Games publishes many games from small developers. Do you see those developers, though you're publishing them, as indies, and do they identify as indies themselves?
Yeah, most of our developers really do identify as indie. And then I want to say the indie space has evolved a lot over the years. There's a lot of competition in that space now too. But yeah, we have our developers all over the world. They're in Europe, they're in Southeast Asia, a little bit all over the place, and they're very passionate about their games. And we find them kind of everywhere. They're not really, you can't find them in a specific place anymore. They're just the kid you met at the grocery store that has this amazing game you never heard about until now, or whichever. It's everywhere now. And like Eriko said, it's so easy to make games now. Great games. So there's a lot more competition. There's a lot more great games.
Like, I'm
coming
looking
out,
up the
and it's
UK
interesting to see
charts
where this
right
space will
now.
continue to go over the years.
Mario
We are
Kart
focusing on that. We have
8 Deluxe
a robust catalog coming out.
is still in the
over
top
the next
5.
2.5 and going forward as well.
Awesome. Well, I certainly look forward.
Like, what the fuck? That thing, like, you're not kidding. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is selling on the same level as new releases. Like, that's insane.
For me, the thing that really defines indies is the ability to take complete, financial risk when it comes to themes and topics and gameplay and everything. Like, doing something that wouldn't actually, a large company wouldn't be able to do because they couldn't invest multi-millions of dollars in a project that wasn't comparable to something that exists. And that's the way all big business works. It's stupid to take a risk with that much money. So it makes perfect sense. It's like, no, it's just the way it works. But if you're a small team of a handful of people and your budget's basically your rent,
like, Mario Kart Deluxe is still in the top 10 best-selling Switch games in Japan. Like, it's still selling.
It's like you
dear God.
You can take big risks and you can do what you want, and that's the beauty of complete independence. You can try to avoid the urge to appeal to a majority.
Okay, this is crazy, but Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is still in the top 10 in Japan.
The Hungry Beast being a large company that needs to keep churning and making
It hasn't stopped selling.
employ all of the people that was working at it. Whereas the Ugly Baby
Like, how many copies has it now sold?
strange and unpolished, and it needs to be protected to see if it can grow into a beautiful swan or a beautiful indie game. Do you feel like indie studios are particularly good at taking care of ugly babies? And do you have any advice for someone who might have this idea of their own and how to initially vet that idea to see if it's worth bringing into production?
I think one thing that indie games do really well, again, we let our partners identify, but they put their heart and soul into it, right? They have a vision, they have a story they want to tell. They don't really care. It's about what they want to create. They have a vision, and that's what creates a magic. And for Nintendo, as long as that puts a smile on someone's face, for us, we're really excited about that. For me, recently, it was a short hike. I am a mom of 2, and I'm super busy all the time and exhausted at the end of the day. And so when I get to put that on and relax and, fly around the island, it's cute, adorable characters. And I even shed a tear. I won't spoil it for people, but
Mario Kart Deluxe has sold
that's
35
a
million
great
copies.
indie game for me. And so I think that's the magic of indie games.
Yeah, 35 million copies. Dear God.
The developers are extremely passionate about the game. That kind of weighs a lot into it as well. I came from an indie background too. If you didn't live, eat, and sleep what you were selling, it wasn't going to work. So a lot of our indies are kind of the same, but more in a more healthy scenario now. That's something that we consider too. But basically, triple I is all about passion. It really is, and that's what kind of differentiates it from some other titles or genres, is passion, I would say.
Right now, what I love about a lot of really good, talented game developers that I meet is that their motivation isn't driven by money. It's driven by a singular vision they really have had for a long time, usually. They just want to make it happen. And it gets so infectious when you hear it that you suddenly get caught up in it and you want to make it happen. And the reality is, if people could really, you hear it all the time, if people could really predict what a hit's going to be, we'd have a lot more hits. We don't. Like, that's
I think Mario Kart Deluxe is the best-selling Switch game.
This isn't going to do
but of
X
course,
because
it's soon going to be overtaken by Animal Crossing.
Methods they use, but they're
Animal Crossing, of course,
they're rarely ever right.
has
but
been
who has a singular vision for so long, who's thought about it forever,
oh my god, you want to talk about Animal Crossing? You talk about Mario Kart being a big seller?
really can't.
Animal Crossing on the Switch. I don't think there's anything else like it. Like right now, according to Wikipedia, Mario Kart Deluxe has sold 35.39 million copies. Animal Crossing has sold 32.63 million copies.
That present their themes through gameplay.
That is incredible.
Whatever the story, I want to be part of it. I don't want to feel like I'm watching a movie that I'm hitting pause and then I'm going doing something else and then coming back and hitting play. I want to feel like it's a dynamic, living world that someone has presented to me, and what I do has some say in what this story is. Or
it's a visceral experience.
They're painting a world with bits and pieces, and you get to fill in the blanks. I think that's more complementary to video games because you're already in that puzzle-solving, creative mindset, so it lets people be more immersed in than simply just telling somebody a story.
Rico, do you think that there are more social games that are being developed in the indie space with the lack of social activity in person for the last year, and also the success of games like Among Us?
There's just so many people who love different games. So Among Us has been explosively successful on our platform, and Nintendo was super excited to have it on our platform. Our audience loved it. But look at Hades, for example, which is also on Nintendo.
Oh yeah, that's right. Among Us
won,
on Switch,
Game of
I think
the
it's been
year
a
recently,
big
and
mover.
so I think there's just all sorts of games. A funny story is Human Fall Flat. That's another.
Even if there are, I mean, that's for people who already own it.
That's been massively popular in Japan.
Animal Crossing isn't going to run dry with sales because the people who are asking for more content are the people who already own it and play it. They've already used up all the content.
So I think there's just all sorts of games.
Like I have friends I know friends who are still buying Animal Crossing right now.
The thing I love most about
Among Us is on Switch,
how we refer
I
to
believe.
games here is like I love the not knowing what's coming because ultimately it's anticipating that I'm not capable of anticipating what's going to be the next thing coming out. Like I love finding something I never thought I would like or I've never thought would be a game or even fun. Like when Job Simulator, for instance, came out, I'm like, who wants to, like, that goes against Ron Gilbert's thing about like getting off a job and then going home and relaxing. I loved it. Or, you know, like all these sorts of things, or like even some weird things that would come out of mobile and all this stuff. Like I would just never anticipate that stuff and things like that. And it's the, I guess what I look forward to is the things I cannot anticipate.
Well, this has been a wonderful conversation. It's so great to hear the different perspectives about games and studios, as well as hearing what's coming up next and what to look out for. It's been a true pleasure.
Thank you very much.
iHeartRadio is a proud partner of E3 2021 and the #1 podcast publisher in the U.S. Listen to all your favorite shows on the iHeartRadio app. And, of course, Golden Boy, just like us. Use the razor stuff. Use the razor blade.
Use the razor stuff.
Use the razor chair. Have a good time. You know what I mean?
I have actually been wanting a razor blade for a very long time. When I used to work at Twitch.
Put it in your bag.
Yes, I should. When I used to work at Twitch, you had an option. You can either get a razor for like Windows users or a Mac.
Yeah.
And I don't mess with Macs at all because I'm terrible. Like, you know, my brain just doesn't work that way for some reason. So I went with the original razor blade.
Yeah.
That was so fun to carry around the office. Just this sleek black thing.
Sure, play games whenever you want, too.
Yeah,
right?
it was amazing.
That's pretty
I
big
used to just, at that time, I was playing a lot of controller games. So I would just plug it in and just go nuts. It was a good time. So yeah. It sounded like a shameless plug, but I swear to God, it was the truth.
Well, speaking of a shameless plug, the Razer Blade is a great place to play indie games. And
Whoa!
what an indie presentation we just had. Of course, it's not over. We have the indie panel coming up. But there was something said in that panel here. Janet Garcia, of course, from MinMax and Kinda Funny, put up this tweet. That's the beauty of independence. You can try to avoid the urge to appeal to a majority. That was Ed McMillan on that panel right there.
So good.
I think that is the power of indie games, and especially as we're here at E3 talking about the biggest of big AAA games, but also spotlighting so many small indies is, yeah, you can take more chances as a small studio.
It's vital to highlight the independent games business as a whole because there's so much diversity there. And just in the games that they're delivering, top to bottom, you know, you can ram off like a few names like off the top of your head, but like, you know, for me, one independent game that I discovered that I fell in love with was Moonlighter.
Oh my God, yes.
I love that game so much. And I found it out on a whim. Because I was playing another independent game, I think it's Momodora, I believe was on the Switch. Great game, and I was like, man, I'm looking for something else. And, you know, I finished that one, and I found Moonlighter, and oh my goodness, it just...
Are we getting this indie showcase or not?
That game, and I wouldn't have found that, you know, if someone just, you know, take that to a AAA studio or something like that.
Totally, and that's the thing right now is there are so many indies, it's impossible to keep up with all of them, right? And that's, Moonlighter was the exact same thing. My job, of course, every day is to talk about video games, review video games, preview video games, and I didn't know about Moonlighter until somebody on our subreddit was like, this is a Greg game, you need to play it.
100%.
And that's why I think it's so powerful that E3 keeps doing indie showcases, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get back to game reviews.
Yeah.
We know why we're here, we know why you're there. So, without further delay, here are some of the hottest indie titles set to come your way soon.
Here we go. Find some reveals. Is that paper plane? Okay. I actually didn't watch the PC gaming show. That is true, unfortunately, for a lot of the PC gaming. I mean, Steam has become just an absolute mess. Like, so many games just come out on Steam every day, every week. So, you have to have something incredibly interesting, or your established franchise already. And now I'm watching a game where you play as a paper airplane. Because that's totally how paper planes work. I'm not gonna lie. It doesn't look half bad. Look, I don't know how the hell Valve would even announce Half-Life 3 at this point. I mean, keep in mind, they didn't use E3 to announce Half-Life Alyx. I mean, unless they announce that Half-Life 3 is a Switch exclusive. I mean, the PC gaming show is just... It's just that. It's pretty much a secondary show. I mean, anything that's a world premiere there, I mean, it looks okay. But PC exclusive gaming is a bit more strategy based, a bit more, yeah. Ooh, New Blood. Love these guys.
Been a long time, Michael. I heard you were back in town. But I don't remember sending you an invitation. I'd kill you myself. But where's the fun in that? No, Michael. I'm gonna roll out the red carpet for you.
What? Is this using build? Ooh. Oh, okay. Oh, jeez. Alright, I'm liking this. Yeah, that would pretty much be it. Like, look, Half-Life 3 could be its own presentation.
Good luck, old friend.
Fallen Aces. Doom Noir. Alright, yeah. Yeah, I dig it.
Alright, Captain. I got the intel.
Good. Now take it to the uplink.
Target is marked.
Oh, thanks. Ciao. So, remind me, what's the deal with this intel?
I guess I'll kill you now. The drone is down. The drone is mine.
Armor activate.
Oh, great. Now I'm trying to be Overwatch. Great.
Soldiers, we need you here.
Keep your wig on, Ken. I'm all over it.
Oh my god. Punch, punch.
So, what we're gonna do with the intel?
We need it for the job, you know, the heist. Larceny?
Larceny? More like...
Oh, great.
Ingenious plan to end this war too sweet and straight away. So I asked to see the general, but the sergeant told me no. He said in the trenches where you meant to stay. I said, dear sergeant, pardon me. I see that I've made you upset, but let me tell you my plan to save the day. Oh, let's try being a little nicer. Let us all agree to disagree. Why don't we send some flowers to the Kaiser, and then we'll all be home in time for tea. Oh, let's try being a little sweeter. You catch more flies with honey, don't you see? If the brass would change their tone, then we could all go home. But the generals never listened. The generals never listened. The generals never listened to me.
Let's all be a little nicer so I can get home for tea.
That was tough. Hamilton, some beast is looking at us.
What? Alien cow? Moo.
So green and beautiful. Let's just be careful, sir.
What's with the alien cows? Moolander.
Game developers are creative, passionate, and driven. We tackle new technologies and overcome many challenges in the pursuit of our creative vision. At the IGDA, it is our mission to support and empower all game developers around the world. We provide community, mentorship, research, knowledge, and best practices. We're here for you when you need it, so you can advance your career while keeping your health. Join us and help make our industry a better place for all of us, now and in the future. Help make a difference and join the IGDA.
All right. That's an interesting announcement. Ooh, TikTok. Oh, this is Operation Bark or something, I think. Yeah. I mean, this looks fine. Interstellar Arc. Okay. Okay. Look awesome. Okay. Oh my god. Nico Ghost Jump. Why are you using Neo Tokyo?
What are you really made of? That music got me hyped, huh? I was like, okay, I'm here for it. Anyway, we just looked at the indie game presentation, and I wrote down a bunch of titles there. Extra Galactica is the one that we just saw, and I was
That was
earlier,
it.
my friend was a part of that project, so very cool there. But that was just one of many games that had a very retro feel. Fallen Aces was another one that I wrote down on my list. So yeah, it's just I'm getting all these retro vibes this year. Damon, I'm sure you're loving it.
Yeah, for sure. And I liked Extra Galactica.
Fucking hell.
First of all, I love the pixel art
Fuck
style.
you.
So
God fucking
like
damn it. That was not enough.
And 2D action platformer. I don't know. Do you have any more information about what that game actually is?
To be honest, he sent me like a 2-page email, so I'll make sure to pass it along to you, Damon, for sure. But honestly, he sent it to me this morning. He was like, dude, this is going to be in the show. And I was like, what? Like, that was one that I wrote down earlier that I liked because I got to get a sneak peek at the presentation. Don't tell anybody. But yeah, and I was like, oh my God.
I don't think they're even chairs. I think just Tetris blocks that have just fallen down somewhere.
But Fallen Ace is another one that I put down there. Very Doom-inspired. And we saw something from the same studio or creator yesterday. Am I wrong?
We saw Dave Oshry from New Blood during the PC Gaming Show before he was unceremoniously cut off.
Yeah, that's apparently that was all. That was all.
But they have a bunch of cool stuff coming out. I also love all the URLs they have for each of their games, very tongue-in-cheek. This one is literally Doom Noir. Yeah. It does feel like a throwback to the FPS of yesteryear, but that stylized sort of 1920s gangster flair. It looks like a lot of fun.
Oh my goodness, I love the narration, right? I was just like, that villain, that voice is just haunting me.
I'm sure it really spoke to you, Michael.
Yeah. The whole trailer was like, yo, Michael, I know you. I'm watching you. I'm like, oh, you're watching me. Oh, I appreciate that because I'm on the E3 stage. You know the vibe.
Oh, man. And Michael, I want to talk to you about Fallen Frontier Alliance of Salt Sons?
Sacred
Sacred Sons. I can't read my own handwriting here, guys. And then Terran Victa. Yeah. And you and Dan were kind of having some crosstalk about how these indie games, they're keeping dead genres alive.
Yeah, like genres that have been of yesteryear, especially for that aren't really popular. You can't really get a AAA RTS anymore. You can't really get, I mean, other than we have Humankind and we have Civilization, but if you want a different 4X strategy game, that's what Alliance of the Sacred Sons is kind of covering. And Terra Invicta, a grand strategy game. Of course, we have Total War, but maybe you want a little bit of variety. So the thing about independent games that I really like is that you can revitalize those genres of the past. And you can be experimental. And I think this is a theme also when you look at a lot of the independent games is that they have experimental game mechanics.
Limited Run.
Like you can play with perspective.
Limited Run starts in about
but the triple threat of
in half an
strategy
hour.
games. I know that I used to play a lot of them when I had time back in the day. I used to play a lot of StarCraft and Warcraft, and I miss like the early days of Civilization 4 when I was in high school and I had time to pour into matches. And so if you're craving that sort of thing, you can definitely pay attention to these sorts of games and maybe get your fill.
Yeah, I got to agree. I think 4X games are a fantastic way to hit fast forward on life sometimes. Like, for example, Civilization was a saving grace during the pandemic as well because you'd be like, oh man, I'm really kind of bored right now. Oh, suddenly it is 4 a.m. and I've been playing this for hours. And that looks exactly like what I'm going to get from Alliance of the Sacred Sons. But I also have to say one that really caught my eye here is a game that looks like a bit of a Mootroidvania, and that is Moolander.
Oh my gosh, I had that on my
super fun.
list. Yeah.
Like it's the same sort of like irreverent feeling that I got from a game like Guacamelee, for example. But with this, I love that these cows are your enemies. I was getting some Diablo 2 vibes from that hell cow at the end there. I'm just very excited to see what that has in store because it looks like it has a good sense of action, gameplay, and whimsy.
Wow, you really milked that one. An utter disgrace.
Oh, no.
Beat me to it.
If y'all could
Got
hear
beaten
the
out.
puns coming from Dan, we really should be writing them down.
We
We did have the pull up earlier, though, and I wasn't able to reference it right away because I just love hearing y'all talk about this stuff. But I do think that Nico Ghost Jump was #1. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was
Hell
like,
yeah.
there you go. And then also I know there was Life Slide and a bunch of other incredibly cute ones that I was just like, oh my gosh, indie games, just so much fun. But okay, favorites. Should we go down the line here? Damon, what you picking? I see the wheels turning.
I mean, they were coming fast and furiously.
Yeah.
I know people like Fallen Aces. I got to give a shout out to Toy Soldiers HD. I
that was
reviewed
fun.
the original Toy Soldiers for IGN way back in the day, and that's like a tower defense game that you're kind of take the action right down to the ground. It's built in 3D space, so it's really cool to see that game making a comeback.
Neko, I already mentioned Neko Ghost Jump, but I do want to shout out Tuscaloosa, I forgot the name.
Tunguska, the
Tunguska.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow, I really messed that one up. But yeah, the top-down shooter, that looks interesting. I'm very interested in that.
Larcenauts, let's go. Let's compete in VR. I'm down
Oh
for
my
it.
gosh, I love it. I think I picked Tunguska as well, but Nico is very
Yeah.
close behind, runner-up. Well, so many great indie titles. Let's see what GB and Greg thought of the indie games that we saw today. Hi guys, I know y'all love the Nico game. I don't even need to ask, right?
Of course we did, Jackie, but it didn't make my top 3. Golden Boy, what do you have over there? What stood out to you from that indie presentation? 2021.
A lot. So I'm actually newly appointed member of the VR community.
Oh, welcome.
You know, so Larcenauts was awesome. I liked it a lot. Big shout out to my boy BMF. Who covers a lot of the VR stuff, is a thrill seeker, big fan of those guys, and I always love checking out their content. Keeps me up to date on all things VR.
Of course.
Then the other one, Fallen Aces, man.
Yeah,
Fallen Aces
made my list for sure. That was a dope.
Literally
trailer.
saw that and I was like, oh, I'm 100% playing this on stream. Like,
Yeah.
this is happening because
Yeah,
it
yeah,
looks so dang good. And then I would probably go with Tunguska.
Okay.
Another shooter, but for some reason the style was really appealing to me. Like, the style of shooting was really appealing to me.
Sure.
So I'm all about that. Looked really good.
Okay, great. Yeah, on my list I put Fallen Aces for sure. Stylized
Too good.
first-person shooter, love it. That Doom LA Noire mashup, why not? Let's
So
get out there and do it. And yeah, New Blood, of course, always being cheeky, as they said, DoomNoir.com.
Like, they really,
the
I
website.
do feel like they like never do wrong. Like, the New Blood's great. They're a great studio.
They know what they're doing, right?
Exactly.
They're in that vein of Devolver, where they have a personality and their games do too, and you know what that means when you see that, I think, splash across it.
Exactly.
The other one I want to give a shot was Bark. It was that kid shmup that went by or whatever.
Yeah.
One of my friends in the industry is working on it. He had emailed me to give me a heads up that, hey, it's at E3. You should check it out in the virtual booth if you have time. Basically, he pitched it as a shmup for dads. Like,
Okay.
if you, it's couch co-op. Get in there with your kid. You're piloting. You know, it was a little dog that caught my eye, but you can be a little cat.
Okay.
It's this colorful game that you go through and you're shooting things, but you're not shooting things.
Yeah,
Right? You're able
yeah,
to
yeah,
explore that way. And then, yeah, for me, to echo what people said over there, Extra Galactica, right?
Stylized. I mean,
Come on.
you do anything that's in a cyberpunk style world, and I'm literally there. I'm all about it. Great visuals. I feel like that is, again, you know, and everyone's gonna look at me like, oh, there's a lot of like pixel art game stuff, but you think about what people have been able to create, Greg, in these universes, in this style of artwork. It is gorgeous. And, you know, because Fallen Ace is also bringing back the stylized cel-shaded approach, which was something that I fell in love with when I first feast my eyes on Jet Grind Radio.
Oh, yeah.
So there is really a lot of quality here, and this was awesome. Some great games I'm really looking forward to trying.
Me too, ladies and gentlemen. What were your favorites? Let us know. # E3 2021 so you can get up on the big screen. But when E3 2021 returns, we'll have the latest from Freedom Games, Capcom, and more. Take a breath and hold on. We'll be back after this.
It's my favorite thing. Yes, love me. It's funny how in this game you make people love you by giving them food.
Yeah, I made you soup.
Ooh!
Hi, Lee. For E3 2021. IGN Summer of Gaming is now all summer long.
Yeah, I just popped over to Instagram for this.
And announcements at
Yeah, don't worry. I'll be streaming Limited Run's presentation. But of course, I think right now they're just playing the My Life in Gaming documentary, and I've seen that enough.
IGN Summer of Gaming begins right now.
More power. What the fuck? Whatever. Nah. I wonder what they're actually going to announce.
There's definitely some kind of vibe that has built up over the years that, like, it's okay to be mean in a game. And I think that's got to change.
We've all had bad days. We all get rolled because it's the same, like, 12-year-old.
Okay. I don't know what this Freedom Game group is going to be about. Alright. But knowing what we've already had today, the presentation is going to be like 15 minutes long, and it's going to be pretty underwhelming. I know for a fact that Limited Run will at least have some entertaining visuals. They go for that low grade, that green screen stuff they've been doing for the last few years. I fucking love that. I remember watching it for the first time several years ago. I'm hoping we might get an announcement concerning Night in the Woods, because that was supposed to happen a few years ago. They actually announced it was the opening reveal for Night in the Woods is coming to Limited Run. But I think there may have been some controversy, like one of its co-creators committed suicide or something. I don't remember the situation. And basically, the limited release was put on hold. And look, rightfully so, but I think it's about time that it finally gets put back on and gets announced and gets revealed. One game I'm definitely interested in seeing is Retromania. If you follow me on Twitter, you would know that I actually worked on Retromania. Actually, hold on. What I had, hang on, actually no. Yeah, here it is. So several months ago, I was contacted by the folks over at Retro Stuff who were making Retromania Wrestling. And basically what they were doing was a limited release on their sites. Now, it wasn't for a actual limited physical release. What this version would be would have, a full case. You'd have the instruction booklet, it'd have a download key, maybe a few other trinkets. Now, I think that's sold out on their site, but they approached me because of all my Switch color work to design the cover. This is the official Retromania cover that I designed. Yeah. There's the inside artwork featuring all the stars of Retromania Wrestling. Who's on there? We got the Road Warriors. You got Tommy Dreamer. You got Nick Aldis, Brian Myers and Matt Cardona, formerly known as Zack Ryder and Kurt Hawkins. The BWO. So Big Stevie Cool, Blue Meanie, Hollywood Nova, the Blue Guy, Jeff Cobb, Colt Cabana, Johnny Retro, John Morrison, Zack Sabre Jr., Warhorse, Nikolai Koloff, Austin Idol, and Chris Bay, and Colt Cabana. So yeah, I designed this for them, and that was probably some of my most professional work yet. I'm wondering what the official cover is going to be, because I know for a fact that Retrosoft has, made a deal with Limited Run to release Retromania physically. Now, I don't know what the cover's going to be. Although, if it looks anything like this, I might have a few questions. I got a whole folder here full of custom Switch covers. Let's see, I got, oh my god, Hades, Hand Time, Mario 35, Jesus Lord. Just a whole bunch of random stuff in here. Let's put this back in there.
Here's Freedom Games.
Okay, what's this Freedom Games all about?
I decided, you know what, I've dabbled in indie games. I'm gonna give this one last shot.
Let's just make a game.
It felt like jumping to the deep end.
I realized that making games is like a real thing that you can do.
It's just so, that's the word, is liberating.
We owned this project.
We just want to make a fun game.
You have an idea of what the vision of it looks like, but then it actually coming out the other side looking like that, it's pretty rare. I co-founded the studio with two of my friends. We had all worked at a company that did not end up turning out like any of us had hoped. So coming out of that experience, the three of us, we wanted to do something that felt a little bit more authentic to who we were and what we liked. Going into it, we knew that we had complementary skill sets. Having the kind of the core pillars of game design already there and having experience, we were able to cover a lot of bases. This is really the first time we've been able to pour so much of ourselves into the development of a game. I think I'm most proud of us being able to look at this game and know that we're hitting our own quality bar, especially for our first game.
Okay. Oh, it's on Switch.
You think you know everything, and then at some point you go, oh wait, we didn't know how to do that part. Well, I guess we got to figure it out. The four of us who started the studio worked in AAA. I left to go start making indie games. So we took that opportunity to kind of use our old friend group and our old expertise to start up the Wandering Band. And it was the first time that all of us
don't know who
creative control. That
committed.
was fun.
Hang
It was
on,
a
just
challenge. It was also
get
scary at the beginning. On a AAA team, you have technical artists and a dozen animators. I think the biggest challenge for us was trying to learn new skills and new parts of the game development process.
It was
without
Alex
ever doing it
Hololka.
before. But I wouldn't trade it away. I think it's the creativity
He was a
and the
composer.
creative freedom is totally worth it.
Mm-hmm. I believe he was accused of physical and emotional abuse by Zoe Quinn. And he was then let go by the publisher. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty... Woo! Switch!
The retro games. These were our favorites, and we tried to combine.
Okay, hey, okay.
From different games.
Okay, guys.
A shout out to our community.
I don't think. I think this. I think it might be a bit too close.
The demo has been played over 1 million times. It's just great.
Yeah, I think Nintendo's lawyers are gonna be hearing it from you. Hearing from Nintendo's lawyers. Yeah. Yeah, this is a bit too on the nose, guys. Is that a Cerberus Pokemon? I mean, Coromon? Another for just for Switch. Oh, jeez.
I had lived in Kyoto for a while where I'd gone to a cat cafe, and it was such a surreal experience for me at the time. So we sat down and we prototyped Cat Cafe Manager. When you're petting a cat, I don't know what it is, like endorphins that are being released, like the good feeling that you get from that. We kind of wanted to put in the game. We live in a time that's like pretty stressful and out of control in a lot of ways. So for us, it's very important that you sort of get a cozy feeling when you get introduced to the game. Just making the cat cafe of your dreams.
Cat Cafe Manager. Sup, A Justice? Capcom, hang on. Again! Switch!
From a really rural town. So is Tina, the other lead developer on the game. We've been together since middle school, I guess. Yeah.
In about
There's
2
no
hours.
companies, right? There's no video game companies in Little Rock or the state of Arkansas. So we decided to just be the first. To the Rescue is where you play as somebody working in a dog shelter and taking on all the responsibilities that entails. People love dogs so much, but this is also about raising awareness, right? It's
I know this
There's
one.
diseases that can appear in the shelter. It's dirty, and
Ari
doctors
has
only
been
want
wanting
the
this
cutest
game.
puppies, and they don't want the old dogs. Essentially, I just want people to walk away with more knowledge about the things we're representing. We've gotten a lot of people that work in real shelters that are like, I'm glad that you're doing this, because a lot of people don't realize how hard the work is and how thankless it is. So 20% of every dollar that Little Rock Games makes from this game is going to be going to the Pet Finder Foundation. The game is about being hopeful that you can improve your community in some small way.
first started getting into games probably about 7 or 8 years old, tinkering around with game engines. I started putting games on the web, Flash games and things like that. I always liked the idea of really silly deaths, characters getting blown to bits in like a cartoony way. It's usually an area of frustration, but when you
Oh my god, this is the most violent version of Wipeout I've ever seen in my life.
It's got nothing but humour there.
Oh,
I come up with the idea of having like a Ninja Warrior / Total Wipeout death competition.
Oh god.
I was actually working 2 jobs at the same time as developing the game. I'd have all these fantastic ideas while I was there. You know, I'd be on the checkout just thinking about Slaughter League, and by the time I get home, I'd just like, we ended up deciding that it would be best if I worked full-time on the game. This game, it sounds corny, but it's changed my life in that way, whereas no other game had before. It's just flipped my life to where I want it to be, so to finally be able to do this as a job is just insane. I love it.
Slaughter League. Okay.
This is definitely like a good, just relax, chill in the evening, play with buds, laugh at stupid stuff kind of game.
Oh my god.
Oh, this is sick.
What is that? Oh, Jesus!
Gonna be an absolute show.
Oh no,
I was
Switch.
pretty laid back in college. I did just fine, but I worked on Dark Deity. I didn't work on my own work. None of us have ever worked on games at all. So for the majority of development, I worked on it in the dorm, yeah. We would sort of just sit in the dorm room, just like, you know, typing, working away. I learned how to code for like a whole week. I just didn't leave my room, didn't eat, didn't do anything. You know, where we're at, we're all 23. 2 of us haven't even graduated college yet. To be at E3 is pretty exciting.
Whenever you need me.
Cool. So it's basically Fire Emblem. Gotcha. Ooh, and more tits. Nice. I'm sorry, that was wrong. That was wrong. Clearly.
I failed my people.
Weakness has consequences.
This would make for a fine tale.
Cool. Cool.
I've always thought that I would be good at making video games. My mom just sent me a picture of a drawing I did when I was like 8, titled My Own Game. I was diagnosed with Asperger's autism as a child, and I basically kind of just told myself, nah, there's no way I could be in management. But through therapy as a child and then continuing my own efforts, I overcame it. Now I'm doing my dream, doing something I thought I couldn't do. Through this process, I've really learned how valuable people are. There's 20 people on the team. I'm just one of them. And I'm hoping to convey some of that through the game's narrative. You have to have growth and you have to have progress. So for us, with One Lonely Outpost, loneliness helps highlight the value of connection.
Okay. Oh. So it's kind of like Stardew but in space. Cool.
took us a long time to get here. We put a lot of hard work into it.
Shipping games brings tough times, but we've also seen like success together.
Success for us is defined as being able
I
to
said this was
continue
going to
to
be
do things
15 minutes and very underwhelming, but I was half right.
Making
I'm not
something
gonna
that
lie,
people enjoy.
there's stuff in here that I might actually consider getting. Like Slaughter League, that looks fun. Alright.
Thank you, Freedom Games, for that showcase. Passionate, diverse, different, unexpected, Damon. That's what I would call it. If you weren't paying attention, Freedom Games is providing 20% of the profits of To the Rescue to the Pet Finder Foundation. And now, gentlemen, it's time to react.
No, I was talking about it being announced during the limited run.
For Greg Miller, I wasn't that familiar with
That's what I was talking about earlier.
This E3 2021. I am now a Freedom Games fan. Like, I liked what I saw there.
Hell yeah. You're a freedom fighter.
Let's not go that far.
I'm expecting Retromania to be announced from limited run, because Retromania is already out. Have gum.
And wishful thinking. But what about
Get a
the name of
tattoo.
Josh and Douglas?
Double Dragon Neon. This is right for it, wasn't it? Yeah. Now, one thing I definitely want to see announced from Limited Run. Now, I have the entire Shantae collection on PS4. I originally bought the original PS4 Limited Run releases back when they first came out. So I didn't get the Switch releases. I didn't feel like I needed to double dip like that. And so I ended up getting the entire Shantae series on PS4. However, as most people are now aware, the original Shantae for Game Boy Color has been ported over to the Switch with a full physical release from Limited Run, exclusive to the Switch. Ooh. I ended up making my own custom cover for a game that doesn't even exist on this platform because I want the full collection. That's how much I want the original Shantae on PS4. I'm not even gonna lie. When it comes to Shantae, the Game Boy is probably my least favorite, but still, I want all of them on the same platform. Because I want the full collection. It's been a while since I did a mic check. So yeah, I made myself a custom Shantae cover for the PS4 because I want, because I'm that much of a simp for Shantae. I am a fucking simp for Shantae. I'm a simp for Shantae. I'm a simp for Marina from Splatoon. Fuck, I'm a simp all the way. Curse Castilla. Looks like a cross between ghouls and goblins in Castlevania. Honestly, Shroom, it's Konami. I don't understand their logic half the time, honestly. Yeah, it definitely has that Sega Mega Drive sound chip feel. The Falconer. Isn't that sketch from SNL?
From the clouds they dive, the screams of battle in their lungs. They find each other in the dark embrace of the cold sea.
Speaking of a series I need to continue, I have Blaster Master 1 and 2 physical release, so I'm definitely gonna have to get this. Oh god, I'm gonna be spending so much money. And the funny thing is, I don't exactly have a lot of money right now. Well, yeah. I just spent $2.5 grand about a month ago on a brand new PC, which I'm using right now. Top of the line processor, 64 gigabytes of RAM. Didn't even get a new graphics card. Had to fish out the GTX 970 from my old build.
Blaster Master 03. A new chapter in Blaster Master history unfolds. July 29th, 2021.
Nice.
Inti creates.
Titty Melon Woman? I have no idea. Maybe. I don't think Blaster Master is about. I don't think Kano is that name. No, I don't think so. That might be one of the other ones. Hang on. Well, Kano was DLC, I think, in one of the Blaster Master games. Yeah, it was DLC. I think Shantae was supposed to be in one of them as well. Oh yeah, Mega Man: The Wily Wars finally getting a physical Mega Drive Genesis cartridge in the US. Because if memory serves me correctly, we did get a physical release in the Power region of that game for the Mega Drive. Now, if this game actually came out on Switch, that would be cool. No, it's not. No, this is a Mega Drive Genesis remake of the first 3 Mega Man games, Shroom. It was available in the US on Sega Channel back in the day.
Technos by Arc System Works. The classic side-scrolling action game series, Double Dragon, is finally out on Nintendo Switch. Double Dragon 4. The Double Dragons face a new threat, a gang known as the Renegades. Defeat the underlings and pursue their boss, and put an end to their ambition. Enjoy 3 different playstyles on the Nintendo Switch. Available in TV mode, tabletop mode, and handheld mode. Play the game in your favorite style. In 2-player duel mode, 2 players fight each other one-on-one.
Bimmy and Jimmy.
The further you progress in the story, the more playable characters you get for this mode. There is now a new tower mode. Climb the tower until you run out of strength. The rules for this mode are simple. Defeat all of the enemies on the screen and proceed to the next floor. The higher up the tower you go, the more playable characters you unlock for all modes. Use new characters and take down stronger enemies. Do you have what it takes to defeat the secret boss? Double Dragon 4. For Nintendo Switch.
Alright, we're down to the last minute. Limited run time, baby. My wallet is not ready. And we're just repeating the Double Dragon Deal trailer. God. Skullmageddon.
Time to use my anti-tank technique. Yeah, use your anti-tank technique.
Here we go. Oh my god, the noise. What the hell?
I'm telling you, man, it's not here.
It was here. It was definitely here.
Rated RP2M.
Welcome everyone to
Welcome to Limited Run Games. We've got a great presentation for you today. Are you all excited?
Oh, they're adopting the Devolver.
We're all excited to be doing live in-person events again, like this one.
Oh yeah, that's Devolver right there.
But we know most of you are still watching it from home. So online you'll see our augmented reality stage take you throughout different worlds throughout our show.
Still, it's been a hard time for everyone this year in this current climate. Let's take a video reflecting on this past year.
We really are all in this together.
What?
We really are all in this together. We really are all in.
Okay, here's our first announcement.
Oh. Ooh. Zombies ate my neighbors. I heard they were bringing this back.
I really enjoy baking. I hope that people enjoy playing it still.
Stomp by the giant baby. Nice.
Wow, that was pretty cool. But instead of cool, what if our next game was hot?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, hell yeah. Super hot on Switch. About time. Oh, shit. Well, there goes my custom cover for it. Nice.
Super hot.
Just on Switch though, no PS4 release?
So I've heard the kids talk like this now.
In this bit.
Got it.
Oh yeah? So all the Technos stuff. All of the Technos stuff. Cool. Cool.
For our next announcement, we've brought in some of the hottest YouTube influencers. Take it away, Chris.
I'm a YouTube influencer. I love River City Girls. And as an influencer, as a YouTube influencer, I am proud to announce that they are coming to PS5. And that is not all. For the first time, we will be bringing an unreleased classic to the United States, River City Girls 0, for the PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, and the Nintendo Switch. We will be going back to these girls' origins.
Wasn't that amazing? We're all excited.
I'm not done.
Oh, sorry.
Not even close.
Okay, go ahead.
River City Girls 2, coming to the PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Nintendo Switch. Stay tuned for more.
Night dive update.
Ooh, night dive. Turok 3? Turok 3? Let me Turok 3. Oh yeah, I remember. Okay, so the game that the River City Girls were in is finally getting localized. That never came out outside Japan. River City Girls 0, River City Girls 0, River City 0. Yeah, because I remember that game. I think the guys were arrested for a crime they didn't convict or something. Yeah. Is this Shadow Man? What is this? Looks like Doom or Quake or Duke Nukem or Build. Don't even know which game it is. Strife. Never even heard of it.
Take a look at this next announcement.
There's my lovely lady. Wait. Are we getting a new Shantae? Pirate's Curse? I don't think I ever finished that. So will they announce it? What are they announcing? So, what? The PS4 doesn't
And now
get...
for today's first influencer apology.
I would like to apologize for my tweets that were discovered. That is not the man I am anymore. 10 years have passed.
World premiere.
What the fuck?
Did you miss me?
Ooh. Blood Rain. Ooh. Ooh, hello. Ooh.
I'll find your damn castle.
What the hell is that sound?
How about you shut up and let me do my job?
Well, hopefully this is better than the movie.
Can I not count on you to dispatch a few useless troops?
What are a bunch
Honestly,
of doing?
I didn't waste my money on anything. Like I said, the original Shantae is probably my least favorite, so I would probably just have it just for, you
Turned
know,
out to be a pretty
completion status.
Yes.
I mean, I've got this this custom cover.
Finally coming to fruition.
That's pretty much all I need.
This ends now.
We're just getting started.
Blood Rain Betrayal. Coming soon.
Ooh, on Switch.
Wow, wasn't that a mind-blowing reveal? Let's check in at the Limited Run Lounge to see where the hype level is.
Maximum hype.
Definitely maximum.
Now check out Haven.
You?
Ooh!
Let's talk about it. Fine.
I was just gonna ask if you could switch off the lane.
Oh.
I like this game. This game was cute.
Is our chance to start a new life with our own rules.
We can decide whatever we want.
Two young adults living on a distant planet together,
What does that mean?
and they were always fucking. Like, all the time.
Huge dislocated. Arrest in progress.
You started it.
You stay away!
Any other takers? How long do you think this is gonna last?
Nothing is safe, Kay. That's what makes life so exciting.
Oh
Do
yeah.
you think that failing to comply with an arrest is an aggravating charge?
Oh yeah, they were always fucking.
Good.
Always fucking.
Until the last moment, then?
Until the last moment.
Hang on. So is that coming to Switch?
And for our next demonstration, we go to Sarah in our AR lab. Take it away, Sarah.
Hey guys, thanks for the intro as always. We are here to give a tabletop demonstration of new AR technology and the endless possibilities for gameplay that can be implemented. Notice the different possibilities for gameplay with an AR setup like this.
Okay, is our next game an AR title?
No.
Then why are we doing an AR demo?
I don't know. I've just
always been doing that.
Please just play the Skatebird trailer.
Oh. That game isn't even out yet. And we already got a physical release. Cool.
World premiere.
John Sawyer, cyborg. He's been a man since he was a boy.
Enjoy your flight.
Everything he owns is made of metal. And his favorite possession has 44 Magnum engraved on its side. His blood type spells AK-47.
Get out of my sight!
Though he only donates other people's blood. The bounties are ready to be collected. Hunt them down and make a healthy living by making living unhealthy. Hunt down.
Alright. Cool. Action figures. Okay.
This old school arcade action
Yeah,
comedy
yeah,
is now
yeah.
coming to your home screen. Watch out.
I hope all our viewers right now are on the verge.
Of piss pantsing ourselves?
What? No, I was just setting up Axiom Verge 2.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Again. This is not even a game that's out yet. I hope these physical releases come out after the game comes out, because I'm not going to buy a physical release that I really don't know if I'm going to even want to get.
But that's not all. Get ready for a brand new physical edition of The Takeover.
Never even heard of this game. Okay. Alright.
Game looks great as always, but how about some gameplay?
Hey!
Alright, enough fists. I'm ready for some guns.
You finally arrived.
Oh yeah, new blood. Is this dusk? It is. Sweet. Nice. What? Oh wait, is this coming to Switch yet?
I'm proud to announce that a classic action-adventure stealth game is getting physical on PS4, PSVR, and Switch. Just don't ask me to spell it.
Republic by Camouflage.
I said don't ask me to spell it.
Spell it.
No.
Tonight, I tell my own.
Camouflage.
You have to help me. They're going to hurt me.
You know what I'd like to see?
They say I'm infected.
Dust. Elysian Tale getting a sequel. Finally. That game deserves a sequel like so much badly. Camouflage.
Did you do that?
And now, for our biggest announcement of the day. We've been saving this footage and we're proud to finally show it off. Take a look at this car.
Incredible vehicle.
That's definitely a car.
This is E3.
Wow, that's a great point, but what about Going Under coming to physical on PS4 and Switch?
Car. Oh, and here's this. Battle through cursed tech startups. Cool. It's a crab and it has a knife.
Before we show off the last few games, let's have a little giveaway, shall we? One lucky winner will win a game, a car, and a ton of other prizes.
We have... How excited are you, sir?
I'm very excited.
Yay! You get to spin the digital wheel! It's digital. You don't have to put your hand up. Just... Whoa! Look what you won!
What did I win?
A controller! Isn't that exciting?
I don't have a console.
But you have a PC, right?
No, it's broken.
Later.
A physical release is coming for one of 2020's best multi-genre games. Check it out.
And yes, you can pet the dog.
We here at Limited Run are huge Rooster Teeth nuts. They are consistently the funniest group on the web, but sometimes they get serious.
Sometimes they get...
Oh,
This should be fun. Tastes like this.
Ruby.
Oh, Team Ruby! Oh, that makes me dizzy. Booyah! So easy. Ooh, neat. I can work with this.
You're not authorized to be in here.
Take that, you big silly! Taking out the trash. That was awesome!
Can we please get some 2D wrestling in here already?
Here we go.
Welcome to Retromania Wrestling!
Warhorse.
So many ways to play. From 16 wrestlers from yesterday and today. Wow! 8 wrestlers in the ring at once. Over 50 possible match types.
Two of the greatest games in an iconic franchise are getting a physical PS4. Let's check it out.
Oh no. Oh no, not this. I mean, these two games are grand old, but that collection was abysmal. This has been abysmal. This is a butchered port, butchered remastering. God no.
Phenomenal to see that collection on a disc. But what about people who haven't upgraded their consoles in the last 30 years?
Guilty.
No, I'm serious. Well, what if I told you we had the longest awaited release in Turbo Duo history?
No way. No way. Are you serious? Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. Rondo of Blood actually translated now. Let's hope to God you actually have a Turbo Duo that actually works. Holy shit.
No gaming event would be complete without at least 10 minutes of solid Konami love. Let's keep the affection going with another iconic collection.
Ah, here we go. What about the arcade one? There are 3 anniversary collections.
Wow, that's it for today. But it wouldn't be LRG3 without one more thing. You didn't think we'd leave you without a mind blower, did you? This next announcement is probably our most requested game of all time, and I believe it will be the game to usher in the next true generation of truly next generation games. To introduce this unforgettable milestone, one of the actresses from the game, Jeannie Basso.
Oh, looks like you're muted.
You're gonna have to yell or something.
It's still too quiet.
Plumbers don't wear ties.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh my god, no! Not this!
Fasten your seatbelts, because I'm about to turn this story over to you. Your mission, should you accept it, is to get these 2 lovebirds together.
Hi, I'm Jane. God, he's cute. Great smile.
Jane? John and Jane. Corny. I guess I could change my name to Tarzan.
You know what? I really have to go, but it's nice meeting you, John.
Wait. What are you doing later? For lunch? Can I buy you lunch? No, I'm serious. I'm really a plumber.
John, plumbers don't wear ties. Now, come on, stop fooling around.
That's it for the show, everyone. Thank you for an incredible year.
No matter when things go right or wrong, we've been honored to bring you something physical to keep through it all. Even when the digital storefronts fade away, we will always...
It was here!
I knew it! Physical.
Forever.
Plumbers don't wear ties. Plumbers don't wear ties. Oh my lord. Oh my, just wow. Don't wear ties. You said it, me. Plumbers don't wear ties.
More power.
Oh, wait, Haven's coming to Switch. Nice.
IGN Summer of Gaming has officially partnered with the ESA for E3 2021. IGN Summer of Gaming is now all summer long. From major press conferences and announcements at E3 2021 to the IGN Expo with exclusive gameplay and reveals to exciting first looks at the hottest new games and in-depth developer interviews, IGN Summer of Gaming has it all. IGN Summer of Gaming begins right now.
crazy to think about it now, like a dream dinner after we've all sort of been stuck inside for so long. I'd stack the deck with a few friends of my golden boy. I mean, we would have to have him at the table.
I'd probably invite Pokimane.
Valkyrie, just because she's a boss.
Pokimane and Valkyrie, two amazing women that have done so much for the industry and so much for women.
But I gotta bring all the voice actors from my favorite video games. Boy. The dude who says boy and the kid who plays the boy.
How could you not invite Keanu Reeves?
Vin Diesel or Henry Cavill.
Little Richard, if we could get him back.
Megan Thee Stallion, T-Pain. You know, some celebrity gamers on there too. You know, to just spice it up a little bit.
I say Michael Jordan. Bring him in. You know, I don't know if he likes this kind of stuff, but we'll get him there.
I'd have to stack it with a few of our most out there visionaries, right?
Todd Howard, Jade Raymond,
Cory Barlog, Major Nelson,
Amy Hennig,
Ed Boon,
Neil Druckmann.
Kojima would be at the table.
Wasn't Plumbers Don't Wear Ties just a straight up porn?
On social media.
Just joking around.
Fork in the left hand or the right hand, or actually does he use his telekinesis to just magic the food into his mouth? You know what I mean?
My ideal dinner at E3 would just be a one-on-one sit down with Ken Levine.
Bioshock Infinite is one of my favorite games of all time, so I would love to talk to him about it.
And I just want to know what he's doing now.
I would bring the entirety of Nintendo.
Oh man, Miyamoto-san, I would say.
Miyamoto's there. He's eating a lot of popcorn chicken.
I think Reggie.
You don't even work at Nintendo anymore, and I gotta bring Reggie.
I think his entire story is phenomenal.
You know when you see CEOs and you're like, you look a little stiff, right? No, I feel like he would be a good person to have a beer with.
Of course, there are so many luminaries in the games industry that I want
Like
to
the
meet,
Plumbers Don't Wear
like,
Ties was on the 3DO. I was like one of the main games to get on the 3DO.
This is for us. We're all eating from the gaming entree that is E3. So yeah, you're all invited to my dinner. If y'all can afford $75,000 a plate.
I think it's safe to say that we would all like to have a lunch or a dinner with Miyamoto and pick his brain about video games. How incredible would that be? But folks, you know, in the games that we love, our favorite characters are brought to life by real people using real motivation to give us a realistic look at the story. And while some of the faces of gaming voiceover are relatively unknown, their resumes and body of work over time speak for themselves. So our Voices of E3 panel will discuss the life of a real-life voice actor in a virtual world.
Yeah, thanks, James. Yeah, thanks, AVGN. You're about to give us Plumbers Don't Wear Ties on the fucking Switch. Because it was announced for the Switch. Plumbers Don't Wear Ties on the Switch.
Who didn't make the cut, y'all? Who did not make the cut?
You're all friends. We're all friends. All right, let me jump in because we have a lot to talk about, and I'm so excited to pick all your brains and get us flowing and get us moving. So let me introduce the wonderful women of this panel. Oh, I guess I should say what my name is. I'm Kritsia Bajos. I'm also a voice actress, on-camera actress. Yes, part of What the Vox with these wonderful women. But enough about me. Let's get to the women here in the panel. We've got Courtney Taylor Callie-Born, most famous for Jack and Mass Effect, Ada Wong in Resident Evil, Soul Survivor for Fallout 4. Passionate about activism, she co-founded the online community of Nerds Vote. Amazing badass all around. We love you, Courtney Taylor. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Anjali Bhamani. I have to say specifically, she is known as the international superstar Anjali. Hi. Well, you know, that's what was requested.
It's a super spy.
Sorry, super spy. So even better.
But I'll take superstar. I mean, either way.
Superstar, super spy.
It's kind of both.
Yeah.
That's true.
She's graced the stages of Broadway, has illuminated your televisions in shows like Modern Family, Marvel's Runaways, Grace and Frankie, and one of my favorite shows of all time, probably the best show, arguably for me, is The Sopranos, among many, many, many others. In gaming, she's most known as Symmetra in Overwatch and Rampart in Apex Legends. Anjali, hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
And we're moving over to multilingual, 5 languages, y'all. Carolina Rabasa, Colombiana. 4. I saw 5. A little bit of French. Don't humble yourself.
Oh, I make it up. I make it up. Yeah, sure.
Okay, all right. Colombiana, dancer, actor for screen and games, most known for her roles in Overwatch as Sombra, Raze in Valorant, and many recurring characters for Victor and Valentino, among many other shows. Guys, the lists are too long here. I'm just giving you guys some nice, spicy tidbits here. But Carolina Rabasa, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us.
And Jennifer Hale, actor, singer, Matrix revealer, podcast host, passionate advocate for financial freedom, Guinness World Record holder for her incredible resume of video games, including Femme Chef in Mass Effect. It gives me goosebumps even just saying Femme Chef. I still, and I'll talk to you about that Twitter post that I love so much. And Ash from Overwatch, among a ridiculous amount of others, y'all. Jennifer Hale. That was really well.
I know, we were all ready for that.
And you closed right at the perfect time. I feel like
Right?
Maestro. Okay, Wonder Woman and Voice Gaming. Here we go. Let's talk about the stuff that we've been seeing. It's 2021, y'all. Lots of changes have been happening. Obviously, we've had a bit of a Paramount year last year with a lot of stuff happening and changed a lot of the landscape, just a tiny tad bit. So, our industry especially has been at the forefront of, we've gotten a lot of stuff done. Gaming has not stopped. In fact, it's sped through these years and become bigger than it already
How is it that Nintendo has approved this, but we still cannot get Honey Pop on the Switch?
So far. And what would you like to see about what happens in the future? What are you pleased about the changes that you've seen most recently, and what would you like to see more of moving forward?
Representation. Yeah, super happy with the levels of representation I'm seeing out there, and I want more of it. And more access, just a wider playing field.
I mean, I think it's been so important to see all people represented. I love that casting is really going in the direction of getting the people who are actually the ones, getting the LGBT community to tell their stories, to get, when I started, there was a lot of really bad accents because there wasn't a huge pool of us to choose from. And now it's great to both, I think, from an acting perspective and also a directing perspective, that you're getting people who it is their stories to tell. It is their, mother tongue or their mother countries. And so they have, these deep roots. And as actors, we're not worrying about, maybe necessarily falling out of an accent that we don't really do.
I think to piggyback on that, for me, it's not just the representation, which is exciting in and of itself. The particular stories that are being told are so much more complex and have been over the last few years, that it's no longer all about any one characteristic of someone being the entire focus of their story. It's no longer about the particular culture or about the particular gender or about the particular sexual orientation. Everybody is a sum of these incredibly unique parts that make their story interesting. And so it's become even more inclusive than representative, because everybody can find a hero or a story that they can identify with on some level. It doesn't have to be necessarily, oh, she looks exactly like me, or she comes from my culture, or anything like that, so much as it can be any number of things. It can be emotional complexity. It can be particular plot points. It can be all sorts of things. I think the storytelling has really advanced tremendously. And games are now epic, long movies that the player gets to be a part of.
I love this. Yeah, it is a very exciting time in gaming. Gato, did you have anything to add, or?
No, I feel like they've hit it all.
Yeah.
Well, there's one other thing, though, too, that I'm really excited about, is that we're also starting to get scripts in advance from time to time.
Yes.
So I feel like, we're doing less what I call the standing long jump, where you just drop in and jump as far as you can.
They're back to the, yep. And everyone's just sleeping.
Be able to make, as voice actors, we don't get the rehearsal time, we don't get the collaboration time, that you might get working on a play or, starting up a television show, things like that. I'm just so excited to be able to have some time with the script to be able to make, you know, deep decisions on who the character is, and I'm really thrilled that there's the value of that is starting to be recognized.
I feel like also the relationship between the actors and the developers has become closer in recent years. Like I've definitely had more experiences where there is an active conversation going on, and there is and that the voice directors in sessions are so giving and so excited to try to really connect and figure out what the best way to pull the story out of a person is, rather than something that is prescriptive or, like you say, standing long jump situation where it's like, just go, give me 3 and go. And that's the fun part of this, is that collaboration where we're all getting to be a part of it, and that we're all cogs in the whole wheel together rather than completely separate.
And sometimes they even let us go to the companies and we get to see people in their natural habitat doing
the work, which is so incredible, because the more that I feel like I can talk about the process that goes on behind it, you know, and give the love to the developers, the, you know, the painters, the people who are like, not just the writers that we come into contact with, but the people who are doing all of the beautiful visuals and the music, the composing, I mean, the sound design, all that kind of stuff. I've only recently gotten to do that, and it has enriched my whole understanding of the process for everyone, as well as being able to speak more knowledgeably about it and talk about how great these things are that everybody's putting in all this blood, sweat, and tears.
Yeah.
All these blood, sweat, and tears.
Connected to what Andra was saying about like getting to talk to the developers or them caring to represent us properly, I think that sure there were a lot of Latinos in video games, but they were always the drug dealers and the illegal immigrants, and you know, we auditioned for the prostitutes and the wives, or the mobster wives, and you know, that I think that now it's not that there is more representation and that we are being, they are casting appropriately, but that they care to really do the research and do a positive portrayal of it. And I'm working on a video game now where I play a character of Hispanic descent, and they've cared to ask questions about my personal experience so that it is more specific and it isn't just like, well, they kind of are all the same, when we're like 26 different countries in Central and South America. So, you know,
Or also, you know, there was a time, and it still happens occasionally, I'm sad to say, but there was a time when they would just assume, oh, you're Indian, you know all the Indian things and all the Indian languages. And I'm like, let's have a moment about that, because that's not true. I speak Spanish better than any of those. So now they're actually bringing people, bringing in experts to be the experts so that we can do the job that we were asked to do.
You know what? I have a question for Jennifer. There was, in the beginning of, was it this year or this past or 2020, but you had the reaction on Twitter to the trailer, right? And I heard in another interview that you were unsure if to record your very real and authentic reaction and post it on Twitter. It's been a very long road, and I think it was absolutely valid. But why do you feel that you were hesitant in that space, in that moment?
Oh my God. Well, it was a super personal thing, and I was ugly crying like a baby. So that gave me a little hesitation. But, you know, I mean, what happened, I didn't expect it. It completely took me by surprise. And I didn't even really understand why I had the reaction I had until somebody on Twitter pointed out, they were like, this is what representation looks like. And I went, oh my God, oh my God. Like, I've been in this business for a while, and I've conditioned myself to accept a certain status quo and not to expect much outside of that, because to do so is to create an enormous amount of frustration and discontent, and those aren't productive states for me. So I've just put cap on all that, and it's like when all the things I really wanted to see happened that I never expected to happen. Just number one, being seen, being represented, because all the marketing materials, most all of them, early on in the life of Mass Effect were broshep. You know, there was a little bit of femshep, but not much, until like when Mass Effect 3 came out and femshep was on the box. That was just like a huge moment. I was just over the moon with that. I in fact stood on a table at a GameStop at midnight and called out Casey Hudson, thanking him, and he was mortified. But it was so when I saw that, yeah, something in my gut went, share this, and I was like, what? But I listened to my gut. I don't argue with it. But I was like, oh my God. And I took my phone. I was like, okay, I'm going to share. This is my response. And this thing happened. And I think I'm glad I did because, you know, it certainly gave permission for other people to ugly cry if they need to. And also, it seemed to have touched a chord, which I'm happy about. That's cool. Yeah.
I feel like that was a good Wonder Woman moment for you. You know, I feel like we're told, oh, don't show too emotion. I mean, I know we're getting a little bit more open with all of that stuff, but I thought that that was a beautiful moment of like, hey, if I were a guy, would I hesitate on saying exactly how I feel or the moments that are coming up at this? I don't know. Maybe depends on the person. But
you know, and also I think it yeah, and it opened up but like I have to live in a certain amount of denial as a woman in the industry who's been in the industry for a long time. I've been in this business since I was a teenager. And there's all kinds of conduct that I have just shoved under the table, just smiled through, and because you do, you know, if you want to keep working, you're good to work with. End of conversation. And you know, nothing too crazy. You can smart enough to get yourself out of those situations, but to now be living in a time where it's different, oh, it's amazing.
I feel like that was a great moment of that. Everything you're saying, it did feel like a capping, like just your cup runneth over. You're like, everything I've been holding on to, all the drops of water for over 2 decades, it's like, and I'm done.
Oh no, they're still here. There's more.
There's more. Maybe we've lowered the cup a little bit. We've got a little bit more to fill.
Oh, it was substantial. You know, just because here's what I know. Like, you know, and part of why we are the collective that we are is to shed more light on voice actors, you know, on women in gaming, on underrepresented peoples and inclusion. And I know that there's going to come a time in the not too distant future when voice actors are seen and voice actors are respected, not just by fans but by corporations as well. I know it's going to come. I may or may not be here to see it, but I will always own my piece of getting there. Always.
Yeah. Yep. Moment, please.
And we see it. I'm not a gamer, but I see the response female gamers have when they come up to us and thank us and tell us how those characters have affected them. And so you've seen it from the inside gen, and I'm seeing it from the ones who play and go, I've tried to play for years, and all I have are male characters that I can play that I don't resonate with, and now they get it, and they thank us for it. And I didn't create these characters, but we infuse them with life, and we see it with the gamers.
I know I have to tie this up, so I'm going to do a really quick lightning round. You all have given some gems, and I so appreciate your time and all of your super thoughtful answers and your energy. So I'm going to do a really quick lightning round in one sentence. Tell me, oh, Anj, you don't have to be so scared.
I'm always scared. I'm just kidding.
Wonder Women in voice acting or in gaming mean to you? Wonder Women in gaming. What does that mean to you? One sentence. How do we culminate that? Courtney.
Me first.
Okay.
No, I'm ready. I'm ready. Here I go. It means being the pillar of support that everyone needs in the community. It means a rising tide, lifting all boats, helping other women in this business, but also just helping everyone and being an example of what collaboration can look like.
Okay. Capcom, I think, is happening in the next half hour.
In your own way?
Very similarly. Climbing up the ladder.
I'm just gonna mute.
Jennifer Hale, why do you insist on making me tear up all the time? God dang it, man. Jennifer is saying, you know, she's contributed. She might not see us get. You're gonna see us get there to equality and all the things that you want, Jennifer. I mean, geez, Louise.
Yeah, she's
Voice
great.
acting. Oh, I know. Yeah, exactly. Jennifer Hale, of course, FemShep. Right now, Rivet and Ratchet and Clank just crushing it as she does, and so do the rest of the panel, Courtney and everybody else. But Jennifer was on We Have Cool Friends over at Kind of Funny just this past pandemic, whenever the year was. I can't keep track.
I know,
and
right?
of course, like I've interviewed her so many times throughout my career, and she never fails to be such a source of inspiration. Her story and what she does. And I think part of that, of course, is tied to how much the characters, these voice actors, play, and how much those characters mean to us, Jackie.
Yeah, honestly, that was a really moving panel. Earlier we were talking about toxicity, and it's the internet, folks. Like, we see that negativity out there, but just hearing these women come together and talk about representation, talk about inclusion, and I think that last question there was Wonder Women in gaming or something like that. That was really fun. Yeah, and I think Courtney said something about being a pillar of support and uplifting each other. And I think that you were kind of touching on this earlier, but it's not just not being mean and not being bad. It's about being good and being loving as well. Actually, like, calling out negativity and being like, hey, can we be more positive here? Can we be more loving here? And being supportive of each other.
Yeah.
I think, like, all of us can say that when you are hosting something, like, you feed on energy right away, right? And immediately I met both of you, and you were just both so loving and kind, and we were a team.
It's a good way to
you could
explain
feel
we're
that
insane.
support.
You know?
Well, a little bit of animosity here. No, I'm kidding. Not at all. Really, really great vibes. But for me, it was just like, you have a choice, right? Like, you can be negative or you can be positive. And they were like, hey, like, let's support each other. Let's be good to each other. Let's be loving to each other. So no more fighting, you two.
Oh, no, that's definitely going to happen.
We fight in the WWE way.
In the WWE way. In the WWE way. We put each other over, bury sometime. It's okay. But, one thing I do just want to highlight.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I was like, we might have a problem. I'm okay. Sorry.
Well, you could use me as leverage. But something that I am just so happy to see is how much voice acting has taken such a role, like a center stage role, as it should have, because there was like a point in time where, especially like animes and stuff, like you didn't know, like they didn't get credit to the voice actors, but now like voice acting, it's emerged in such a way where there's, it's just top to bottom, man. Hey, Jennifer Hale, you took the Jennifer Hale gush session, so I do appreciate that. She's incredible, but yeah, it's wild to see how much this has improved and how it's only going to get better from here. The acting, the quality, the bar is being set so high for future generations to come.
100%, yeah, and I think that starts with game developers being able to take their craft seriously, be able to make compelling stories, then be able to cast compelling actors to be compelling characters. I think you look back to everything Naughty Dog's done, the original version of Telltale with Walking Dead, and the way you saw Dave Fennoy flock to that, right? And you've seen people like Ashley Johnson become stars as voiceover artists, and now artists, actors, right? And don't even get me started on Troy Baker.
Oh, yeah, Troy Baker doesn't deserve more love.
Outside of voice acting, of course, music is an important part of the games we love, creating intensity, drama, or even just a theme song you'll hum for the rest of your life. Thank you, Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker. So, who better to talk about music and gaming than the hosts of Rolling Stone on Twitch, Tia and John?
Hey everyone, I'm Tia Hill.
And I'm John Weigel, and we're the hosts of Rolling Stone on Twitch.
Yes, and welcome back to E3 2021. We're so happy that E3 is back this year, and we're really happy to be a part of it.
That's right, and you can see us anytime you want, 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern Time on weekdays, Monday through Friday, where we talk about music news, have live performances, and have very special guests come in pretty much every day of the week.
Exactly, so definitely make sure you follow us on Rolling Stone on Twitch. And right now, we're going to do one of our favorite segments that we call a Dream Mixtape. So this is a segment, usually we have a guest come in, we give them about 10 different prompts, and then we put together a playlist that's available on our Spotify based on these prompts. But this is a very special Dream Mixtape in honor of E3 coming back, and we're doing a Dream video game mixtape.
That's right. If our channel was a video game, these are the songs that we feel would be the soundtrack to our video game.
Yes.
That we're currently in.
Exactly. And this would be the cover of the video game. If our channel were a video game, it is a drawing of John and I that we had on the channel.
It's a beautiful drawing. It is done by
what am I being reduced to? Just another half hour until Capcom. I think I actually did fall asleep for a little bit. Shroom, I'm just that bored with all this other stuff. All this guff and filler. think I might doze back off. I don't even know what they're doing. Are they doing some discussion of gaming music? What the f...
appreciate really good character development. You're following a character and you really get to see how they grow, the adventures they go through.
It's been almost
the
5
turmoils that
hours.
they have to go through as well, the obstacles, and how much they just grow as a character, the relationships, and it really made me appreciate good character writing and character development. So, which I definitely use in my other projects all the time.
篝火营地是中国领先的游戏媒体，创立于2018年，致力于为全世界的中文游戏玩家提供专业、精准、迅速的资讯情报。篝火营地立足于中国，与多家国际一流游戏媒体同行达成正式内容合作关系，源源不断地将最新鲜的游戏资讯第一时间带给全球中文游戏玩家。自成立以来，篝火营地在全网的内容浏览量已经超过5亿，服务了数百万的读者和玩家。我们的愿景是做游戏文化传播者。您可以在全球各大手机应用市场下载篝火营地 APP， 或者访问3w.gamebonfire.com 来加入游戏传播者的行列。
As a part of Play For All, GameSpot will be bringing you the latest gaming news and announcements, interviews with developers, the biggest press conferences, and lots more. Play For All is our yearly online event that combines the excitement and announcements of E3 with charity live streams the following week, with lots of special guests who are going to help us raise money for able gamers. So join us in June for E3 and Play For All on GameSpot.com, YouTube.com/GameSpot, Twitch.tv/GameSpot, and as a part of the E3's official broadcast. See you then.
It probably isn't like realistic, but I love to be in Dragon Ball Z. You know what I'm saying? I know that's a whole, I know this, I'm not a saying, but like if I could be in Dragon Ball Z and just like fight with Goku or Vegeta or just be in that series, that'd be crazy to me. Like, that'd be crazy. I'll put myself in GTA, but more realistically speaking, probably like Grand Theft Auto or like Call of Duty, or you know, even a character in Fortnite, like something like that. I think that'd be cool.
Welcome back to E3 2021. We are having so much fun on day 3, and Capcom has so many great franchises, and one of the longest running is Monster Hunter. With a feature film and a sequel for the Switch, it's been a busy year for the property. The folks at Capcom sat down for an AMA with Reddit to talk about their newest release, Monster Hunter Rise. Ooh.
Just the Capcom events.
Hello Reddit, I'm Yuri from the Monster Hunter community team at Capcom USA.
モンスターハンターライズプロデューサーの辻本です。今回はレディットに寄せられておりますコミュニティの皆様の質問にお答えしたいと思っております。
Last month, we collected a number of your questions and sent them to Monster Hunter Rise director Yasunori Chinose. Unfortunately, he was unable to record a video of his answers, but he gave them to me right here. I'll be delivering them to you on his behalf. All the newly added monsters are my favorite. If I were to choose one that I like the most, it would be Magna Malo. I've been working on Magnamalo for so long, and it took me a long time to complete it, so I have strong feelings about this monster. Initially, I wanted to create a tiger-shaped monster. However, the main planner came up with the idea of an armored warrior with a long spear, and the prototype of the current Magnamalo was born.
はい、明けのシルームです。理由はですね、僕すごく、雨男といいますか、すごくいろんなところ行ったら雨が降る、キャラでして、とても傘っていうのが、重要な僕の中でのアイテムになってますので、ぜひ雨降った時には明けのシルームに傘代わりになっていただきたいと思っておりますので、好きなモンスターにさせてもらいました。
Magnamalo does not feed only on fresh meat, but also on decomposed meat. It decomposes the meat in its body and produces a special gas which does not smell.
Please don't let it be that this is just the only thing that Capcom is doing.
僕のはですね、鉄柱回転攻撃が、好きな技となっています。理由の方はですね、僕はハンマーを使ってるんですが、鉄柱回転攻撃ってすごくやっぱり、派手な攻撃でもありますし、すごい多段ヒットするので気持ちよさもあって、あと、距離もだいぶ詰めれますので、僕の中では結構ハンマーの中でかなり中心で使っている攻撃技となっています。
My favorite Silkbind move is Earthshaker. The damage from the first hit feels good, but the additional impact damage feels even better. You can enjoy the feeling twice with one attack.
はい、子供の頃にですね、怖かった妖怪っていうとですね、カッパという妖怪がいるんですけど、
It's Kappa for me. When I was younger, I saw a scene on TV where a man was dragged into a river by a kappa.
そのカッパという妖怪がですね、川とか、
And from that, I learned that it is dangerous to go near rivers.
池とかそういうところに潜んでてですね、結構その人をですね、水の中に引きずり込むみたいなことが、言われてる、妖怪なので、子供の頃川とかにも遊びに行ったりとかもしてたんで、それ結構身近にいそうで怖そうな、妖怪です。
During development, I often played Hunting Horn and Heavy Bowgun. Hunting Horn was a weapon I've played in the past, but for Heavy Bowgun, I used the weapon to test out long-range distance.
はい、一番好きな武器はですね、ちょっとご存知の方もいるかもしれないんですけど、僕はもうシリーズを通してずっとハンマーを使ってますので、もちろん今回もハンマーを使っております。で、ハンマーしか使ってませんので、ギルドカードの、武器の使用も、ハンマーのみが、ついている、仕様としてついている状況です。
My favorite armor is Bishaten. I love the light design and how it emphasizes mobility. It is inspired by the costumes of Japanese ascetic monks and mountain priests. My favorite skill is Horn Maestro.
はい、好きな装備はですね、僕はラージャの装備が結構好きでして、その見た目的にも好きですし、結構、シリーズでラージャの、防具が出ているときは絶対一度は作る、防具になっています。で、スキルの方はですね、広域化っていうスキルを、結構つけることが多くて、周りの人にも自分の回復が影響するので、そういうなんか周りの人のちょっとでも手助けになるかなみたいなんで、そういうのをスキルもつけてたりします。はい。はい、現状予定はありませんが、今後出てくる、タイトルとかで、世界観とかがあって、ガチャブが、登場する必要性がある。
I think this is just a pre-show for a Capcom event. I don't know what Capcom are actually
One day I was
doing.
playing to check the game. I saw one of Yomogi's feline helpers lying on the ground. So I asked my team what was going on and was told that they were testing out a situation where the feline ate a bad dango that Yomogi made and collapsed. That was a good idea, but unfortunately it didn't make it into the final game. That's because while Yomogi was having an important conversation, the feline was unconscious. That didn't make sense, so we had to say no to the idea. wanted an iconic scene that would be recognized as Monster Hunter Rise just by looking at the food scenes. I decided to use elements that were different from those used in the past, such as meat and fish. I personally love sweets, and since the theme for this game is Japanese, I decided to use Japanese sweets as motif. And who doesn't like sweets, right?
武器種の方はですね、やっぱり新しい武器を加えるとしてもですね、今まである14武器種とはやっぱり違う遊びっていうのをしっかり、提供できるような武器種である必要がありますので、今後については、そういうアイデアがもし出てきたら入れるかもわからないですし、ちょっとまだこの後のことなので、まだまだちょっとわからないですね。はい。はい、そうですね、複数のチームもそうですし、今やっぱりゲーム作るときってすごい、何百人、が、関わってきますので、そういう、全体的にも、情報共有がしっかり取れるような、環境での開発を進めています。
Alright, guys.
Favorite weapon is the hammer.
I wrote that down too. I was like, I love it.
The wind up. I did 135 hours Monster Hunter World dual blades. That's where you get it. You get in there.
No, dual blades. Dual blades for speed. 100%.
Nobody can.
But nothing feels so satisfying though when you get that hit with the hammer and it's so heavy and it's just whoa.
But then you get caught and they're on top of you. It's just too slow.
Not fun.
I understand.
You gotta get in, you gotta get out.
But you know, there's a certain. I agree with you, Jackie. There's like a certain kind of satisfaction when you finally get the wind up.
Right in the feels.
And the hit. Right out of the park.
Especially against a T-Rex.
Yeah, okay, well, it's not actually, it's not officially a T-Rex, Jackie.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'll let the internet and your YouTube comments correct you on that.
Oh, no.
That was a great one. Thank you so much for that, Monster Hunter AMA, of course. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you have questions you want answered at E3, hashtag E32021, you can get your comments on the little ticker that goes by. And, of course, we're running polls throughout this. We've been running polls all day long about the old Capcom, because, of course, we are coming up pretty dang quick on the Capcom presentation. As a rundown again of what we know officially for Capcom, of course, to be hosted by our friend Seltzer. Then we know we're gonna get stuff on the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We're gonna get stuff on Monster Hunter Rise. We're gonna get stuff on Monster Hunter Stories 2. We're gonna get Resident Evil Village. That is what they have officially said. Of course, I still hold out hope for more on Resident Evil 4 VR. I hope more on that Resident Evil multiplayer game.
Yeah.
And then if you really want to start dreaming, I know earlier you want to talk about Lost Planet like that's gonna
Sorry,
happen.
guys. I went down the rabbit hole. I don't want to get anyone's hopes up here. Although it would be fantastic to have it, but let's focus on what we already know. I'm looking forward to seeing what Resident Evil Village content they're planning to bring to the table. Game's been a massive hit. I'm expecting them to come out, talk about that, and also maybe give us some new stuff.
Yeah. Jackie, what do you want?
Okay, so I am not super into puzzle mystery games, just being completely honest. But I mean, Ace Attorney just totally plays to me. Obviously, I'm a big weeb. I absolutely adore anime. So just seeing the protagonist being like, objection, like I'm just like, I am absolutely 100% here for it. Also,
Nintendo just needs to announce Waluigi and Smash in F1.
I mean, that alone, I'm just like, I'm exactly. I was like, I love this, so I'm definitely here for it.
You have to pay anybody
It's
on
so
that
smart,
one.
right?
Yeah, you'll be getting it, of course, Ace Attorney, the Chronicles here, the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, 2 games that were released in Japan, finally coming here on July 27th. And it's about time, ladies and gentlemen. This is what you've been waiting for, all right? The Capcom presentation is starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Capcom.
Welcome to the Capcom E3 Showcase. I'm your host, Rachel Querico, aka Seltzer, and I'll be your guide as we walk through the latest releases, news, and updates from Capcom. We'll hear from the Resident Evil Village team, share some news from the world of Monster Hunter, and get the latest on Ace Attorney. Then we'll wrap up with some updates from our friends at Capcom Fighters. So what are we waiting for? Let's get started. Our first stop today, Resident Evil Village. The Resident Evil franchise continues to pioneer the latest and greatest in survival horror. The team has been blown away by the response to Resident Evil Village.
This is just going to be on
which
stuff we
launched
already
last month.
seen.
It brought the world another chapter in this decades-long story as the franchise celebrates its 25th anniversary this year. I'm honored to be able to introduce Tsuyoshi Kanda, producer on Resident Evil Village, with a special message for the fans.
Another time.
Bye-bye.
There's nothing to fear.
Here's Rose! She's everything to me.
I don't know. We just have to wait and see. It might have something.
I think it's time you left things in my hands. Go on, rest now.
Hi everyone, my name is Tsuyoshi Kanda, producer on Resident Evil Village. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank everyone who's played since we launched the game in May. We hope you're enjoying this new chapter in survival horror. As a reminder, everyone who purchases Resident Evil Village will gain free access to our online multiplayer title, Resident Evil Re:Verse, where players go head-to-head with their favorite Resident Evil heroes and bioweapons. I'm now happy to announce that Resident Evil Re:Verse will go live next month across all supported platforms. So head into the fray to celebrate the Resident Evil 25th anniversary.
Yay, DLC. I haven't even played the
Thank
real
you,
game.
Kanda-san, for that wonderful update. Next up, some long-awaited news from the world of Monster Hunter. Whether it's adventuring alongside monsters or battling them with friends, we've got something for you. First, let's dive into the brand new story-based RPG entry to the series, Monster Hunter Stories 2: Wings of Ruin.
This was his fate. Red may have been strong and skilled, but against the awesome power of nature, he was merely a man. He never stood a chance.
All around, things just kept getting worse. But I heard that Guardian Ratha had survived and returned to Hekolu Island. I went there to see Red's old monster again. Then, of course, that's when I met you.
You were given Red's kinship stone, and now a Rathalos egg. This is destiny.
This is the legendary monster, Ray's Wing Ratha, the monster with the wings of ruin.
It's said that a beat of its wings can bring about waves of destruction.
Many people believe there's a connection between the strange happenings and the wings of ruin. The pits are appearing everywhere, and they're emitting a strange light.
What's this whole idea of forming kinship with monsters? How do you control them?
It's not about control. Monsters help riders of their own will. And the bonds between monsters and riders are just like your bond with Tsukino.
What kind of power does Ratha really have? Why are all of these pits appearing? And who are those people who want to take Ratha for themselves? All I have are questions.
If there's worry or doubt in your voice, Ratha will become anxious too. He needs to know that you will protect him no matter what.
I can sense the flames of his life force weakening. The burden of such great power is too much for his body to bear.
A voice. Can you hear it?
Riders can bond with monsters. Surely you can groove with fellow humans.
They have the power of kinship. They're friends. They're monsties. Humans carry the strength of everyone they meet. That makes them strong. My friends here taught me that. I believe in the strength of humanity.
Oh no, not amiibo.
Looks pretty epic, right? And how about that announcement? The canine companion Palamute from Monster Hunter Rise will be joining Monster Hunter Stories 2 as one of the new monsties in the first free title update coming soon after the game's release. You can get an early peek at the game with the Monster Hunter Stories 2 Wings of Ruin trial version starting on June 25th, which also carries your progress over to the full game release just a few weeks later on July 9th. That's not the only way to join the hunt. Millions of you made Monster Hunter Rise a huge success earlier this year, and we have even more content coming, including a new collaboration on the Rise. Let's find out more.
Let's go! This is for my fellow hunters!
Rathalos is no runt. Moon's blessing emerge. Get ready. I have a good feeling. What will it be? Moon's blessing emerge.
Tamura is like my second home.
You think you can take on Rondine?
There has never been a better time to be a Monster Hunter fan. With all the new updates to Monster Hunter Rise and the launch of Monster Hunter Stories 2 this summer. We can't wait to hear about your own stories of adventure. Well, that's not the only thing Capcom has in store for us this July. Fans of Phoenix Wright will have new chapters to explore with the release of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. North American and European future attorneys will finally be able to get their hands on the Great Ace Attorney Adventures and the Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve, which were previously only available in Japan. You'll travel back in time to the late 19th century Japan and London to play as Ryunosuke Naruhodo, Phoenix Wright's ancestor, in this action-packed prequel. Now, let's hear more about the story.
So then, let us unravel this mystery.
Welcome to the center of the world. Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
This country is incredible. I will become a lawyer. I have to.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder.
Who are you?
Herlock Shows. You must have heard of me.
We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san.
Let us engage in the art of deduction.
Shows.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, good God.
Well, what have we here?
Ha ha. Herlock
Seeing
Shows.
the truth
Really?
is now tantalizingly close.
The defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Objection! Your testimony completely contradicts the facts.
Objection! My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage!
You're the best lawyer in the world.
So we have 10 new cases and 8 mini escapades where you can take on the role of a defense attorney. Now, we all want to see some gameplay, right? Let's take a closer first look at 2 gameplay features new to the franchise in the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles: Dance of Deduction and Summation Examination.
Hello, I'm Jonathan, Capcom's marketing brand manager for the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
Where to?
The Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
The Capcom team is thrilled to present 2 new gameplay features, Dance of Deduction and Summation Examination, coming to the Ace Attorney series.
While investigating to prove your client's innocence, players will come across conspicuous situations that require further examination with the help of Ryunosuke's legal aid Susato and the brilliance of deduction from Detective Herlock. Herlock will proceed to present his logic and reasoning spectacular, a grandiose yet flawed series of conjectures.
Ryunosuke and Susato will then discuss to correct the flaws in Herlock's deductions. At this point, players will be prompted to search for clues that help identify the errors in the detective's logic and reveal the truth to the mystery. As players present new evidence and observations, Herlock will amend his deductions based on the new information. Upon uncovering the truth, Ryunosuke and Herlock enter into a semi-metaphorical, semi-literal dance that brings them to the conclusion of the dance of deduction.
Oh my god. What the hell?
In courtroom battles, players will attempt to convince 6 jurors of the innocence of their client. Their progress will be displayed and represented by 2 scales of justice, one black, representing a guilty verdict, and one white, representing a not guilty verdict.
Objection!
In summation examination, take the stand to face off against the jurors, all of whom provide explanations as to why they've reached their guilty verdict.
You'll have to identify conflicting statements and sway the jury in your favor. Examine each statement carefully and select 2 contradicting jurors to call out the flaws in their logic.
Objection!
Be ready to provide evidence from the court record to help prove the contradiction in their claims. When you successfully point out one of these contradictions among the jurors, you might just change their minds, too. With a slam of their fist, each juror you persuade will send a fiery ball towards the scales above and literally tip the scales of justice in your favor. Bring each contradiction to light and persuade the jury to help prove your client's innocence.
Objection! My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage!
This has just been a small taste of the exciting new gameplay features in the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We are very excited to get this game in the hands of both new fans and diehard fans alike. Thanks for watching.
It already seems like I have a bunch of games to catch up on. There are some exciting new adventures and titles to look forward to. Well, that's a look at the new premieres from Capcom, but what about esports? Let's close out today's showcase with a few words from 2 of the stars of Capcom Fighters, Rob TV and Vicious. They'll tell us what's been going on with Capcom esports, including updates on the Capcom Pro Tour, Intel World Open, Street Fighter League, and all the other content on Capcom Fighters. Over to you guys.
What's going on, everybody, and welcome to the Capcom esports presentation for E3 2021. My name is Vicious, commentator for the Capcom Pro Tour as well as Street Fighter League, here with competitive Street Fighter V player and host extraordinaire, Hollywood, Rob TV. What's going on, Rob?
Oh my goodness, Vicious. Host extraordinaire. That just sounds beautiful. It has a ring to it, and I think that's the perfect word to describe what we have for everyone today. Street Fighter V, Capcom E3, it just feels right and you feel the electricity in the air. Nice! Nice! What? That was nasty! And there might be some people at home, Vicious, who don't fully know what competitive Street Fighter V is. The long and the short of it is this. We travel all around the world, state to state, country to country, and we try to bring our opponent's life bar from 100 all the way down to 0 and feel pretty goddamn good doing it.
That's right, Rob. If you think you're the best in your region, sign up for Capcom Pro Tour to prove it and become possibly a world champion at Street Fighter V.
The double perfect, the way he looked at the camera.
Yikes! Don't ever expect another man's controller.
So in this year's CPT overall,
See ya.
it's a series of tournaments that have $5,000 on the line for each tournament, but that money alone, that's not what's really at stake here. It's about making it to the granddaddy of them all, Capcom Cup.
Just saying goodbye to a family member.
So behind me, you can see in all of its glory, the Capcom Pro Tour 2021 official stage.
I could go for some Red Bull.
And that's a place that you are very, very familiar with.
That's right. We take all of our events and broadcast it live from this stage, and we check out all of the top competitors from each and every one of these regions. And speaking of, the Capcom Pro Tour has shaped up a lot.
Are we almost done? Are we going to have one more thing from Capcom? We're going to have something like a RE4 remake announcement.
So there's so many opportunities for
that would
players
be
from
interesting.
around the world to get that ticket into Capcom Cup this season. I'm absolutely excited because, again, that is a big change from what 2020 was into what we could expect for 2021.
And Mago is your first qualifier for Japan for the Capcom Pro Tour.
Not only can you catch the Capcom Pro Tour live on the Capcom Fighters channel, you can do so on a plethora of platforms. We have it on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. Of course, if you don't catch it live, you can also check out the VODs for all the competitive studying you would need to become a successful Street Fighter V player, as well as catching some of the community-focused content that we have on Capcom Fighters. We have No Neutral, the official pre-show of the Capcom Pro Tour. We have sets where we take players from around the world and play off in an exhibition first to 10. Not only that, actually, we do have Street Fighter League that's happened season after season, non-stop action, 6 teams of 3, duke it out in this battle tournament series to see who will walk away with the championship and the $150,000 prize pool.
Street Fighter League is something that you don't want to miss.
I'm guessing they don't want to pay royalties or licensing for the Sherlock Holmes. Yeah, it's obviously just a parody.
Look for more news on
but Sherlock Holmes, really? That's what you're going with?
What's happening?
It's so good.
Let's not forget, the Intel World Opening is happening right now. Top players representing 11 regions around the world are competing for their place in the World Finals happening next month. Be sure to check out the official website for more information, including current standings and broadcast schedule.
To commemorate this event, everyone who logged in during this period will receive an exclusive competitor title and dojo object. You do not want to miss this.
I highly recommend everyone to stay tuned for future Capcom Pro Tour updates on the Capcom Fighters channel.
And again, we've had so many events so far. We started off with the Japan region. We've had a couple of more events going on afterwards, but the action does not stop. In fact, we're going to be continuing off with the Midwest region for the Capcom Pro Tour. I know you're definitely excited about that.
100%. I mean, of course, your boy is from Ohio. Make sure you guys tune in to see the tournament.
You do not want to miss some of the best Street Fighter V players in the world compete head-to-head.
So it's you.
I dare you to find better Street Fighter. I dare you.
This is a game about being a world warrior. Capcom College Tournament play. Obviously, they got a rivalry.
I'm the best.
I'm just running on anti-RAM right now.
Changed the lives of so many people here.
Ooh, nice. The pop-off. That's what I'm talking about.
I told you it's gonna go to the limit, and I ain't lying to the people.
This is the ultimate Street Fighter V experience. This is Capcom.
Sherlock Holmes. He might be public domain. I don't think so.
Thanks, guys. It's been a really exciting season so far, and I can't wait to see how this plays out on the road to Capcom Cup. Remember to check out Capcom Fighters' Twitch and YouTube channels for more information and to watch the latest matches. So that's a wrap for Capcom at E3 this year. Let's recap what we all saw. Resident Evil Village is back with the latest installment of the survival horror experience and RE-Verse as part of the franchise's 25th anniversary. We have new adventures to embark on in the world of Monster Hunter with Monster Hunter Stories 2, Wings of Ruin, and Monster Hunter Rise. And don't forget to go back in time with the great Ace Attorney Chronicles to tap into the family history of Phoenix Wright and solve new cases. Finally, don't miss out on the esports fun. Make sure you catch the latest matches with Capcom Fighters. There really is something for everyone here today. But don't go anywhere yet. Join the conversation on Twitter and make sure you check out the Capcom virtual booth on the E3 portal to watch all these videos again and more. I'm Rachel Querico, aka Seltzer. Thank you for being part of the Capcom experience at E3 this year.
That can't be it. My god, that can't be it. Oh, well, that really is it, isn't it? Yep. Yep. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Okay. Okay. Now, I'm done. 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 Everyone, thank you so much for tuning in for the last 5.5 hours. With pretty much 20 minutes of actual worthwhile entertainment. Yeah, pretty much a waste of time besides Limited Run. Limited Run was pretty much the best thing that's happened so far. Nintendo, it isn't a high bar to cross. Isn't it a high bar to jump over? I'll see you all tomorrow for the final day. Nintendo Direct. I'm hoping. I'm praying. I'll see you all next time. See you tomorrow. I'm gonna go home. I'm going to bed and sleep.